Okay, I've got 9 o'clock. We'll start the meeting. This meeting it's a county board meeting. The public may join the meeting via WebEx or watch the live stream. And the governor of the state of Minnesota has issued executive order 20-01 declaring a peacetime emergency and coordinating Minnesota strategy to protect Minnesotans from COVID-19. On March 24th, Pine County Board of Commissioners declared a local emergency for Pine County. Based on these conditions, the chair of the Pine County Board has determined that the requirements of Minnesota Statute 13D-021 Subdivision 1 have been met, and it is not practical or prudent for all members of the county board to meet in person. Public is invited to join the meeting remotely by phone or click on the county website, and you can watch a live stream. So we will call the meeting to order and rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Do we have any additions or corrections to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, there are none. Just a note for everyone that in the afternoon, we did invite those organizations to start at 1 o'clock. And so I don't know exactly how the morning will time out, but the afternoon presenters are aware that they will be starting at 1 o'clock.
Okay. We'll live our life according to that. All right. Motion to approve the agenda would be in order.
McRout move.
Moore second.
Motion by McRath, second by Moore to approve the agenda. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Oh, wait a minute. Clerk, you'll call the roll.
McRath?
Aye.
5, Commissioner Ludwig?
Matt, you there? Oh, he's hung up.
Aye.
Let's skip over him.
Yeah.
There he goes.
Aye.
Yep.
District 1, Chair Holland?
Yes.
District 2, Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Shafee?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the business at hand. It's the 2020 budget overview. I think we'll just crank her up. David, you're going to take that?
That is going to be Kelly. And
Oh.
got her slides that she's just sharing now, so she'll take it away.
All right.
Okay, sounds great. So hopefully, yeah, it sounds like everybody can see that then. Everyone can hear me, right? Yeah, I'm not muted, it doesn't look like. So we'll just jump into it. So I've got quite a few slides here outlining where we're at in the budget process. Feel free to stop me as we go to ask questions, and we'll kind of go from there. So just some reminders. At this point in the year, the budgets are based on a lot of assumptions. You know, we're doing the best we can do at estimating things, but there's some big things that could sway what the budget looks like. Those things that I wanted to highlight are county program aid. So that's something that is a large chunk of revenue into the general fund. And if something were to happen at the state level and they would choose not to send that, that would be a big problem. We're assuming that the amount that they say they're going to send us next year is what they're going to send us, but that has happened before, that it hasn't. So we are just holding out hope that that does work out. And then just other state aids as well. So we've got quite a few aids like PILT, which is also listed in the revenues, like the police grants that we get, just a lot of different state aids that we get that are big chunks of revenue into the general fund. Revenues also, we do our best that we can do at estimating them. HHS is driven a lot on reimbursements from the state of Minnesota. And so that budget is built strongly on assumptions of what's going to come from that. Prison boarding revenues has been kind of a big ticket thing over the years. This year, as we talk through it, you're going to see that that's kind of dropping off. And I mean, I don't want to steal Rod's thunder from his presentation, but that's something that you're going to see a big swing in for 2021. Hilton is another thing that I already mentioned that comes from the state of Minnesota and then a little bit from the federal government. And so that's another thing that's relied on heavily in the general fund. And if that didn't come through, once again, it would leave a big hole in the budget. And then the other big driving factor within the preliminary budget that we're going to talk about today is wages and health insurance. Wages, we built on an assumption of a 2.9% COLA for 2021, and then a 10% health insurance increase for 2021. We have most of our union contracts up this year, so we are just doing the best we can with taking the numbers that we have out of the current settled contract and just rolling those forward and trying to be realistic about health insurance based on what Justin has educated us. Any questions on those assumptions at all? All right, I'll just roll forward. So at first I'm going to just dig into kind of the budget as a whole. So you can see on this slide, this shows 2020 revenue was estimated at just about $44.5 million. 2021 revenue, wonderfully, is estimated at just over $47 million, which is an increase of just over $2.3 million. One thing that I want to mention with these revenues is the first thing is most of that revenue increase, if not all of that increase, is in the highway department. As you look at the graph below, you'll see that the general fund bars between 2020 and 2021 for revenue, actually 21 is a little bit less. Same with HHS, between 20 and 21, 21 is a little bit less revenue. Where you get the additional revenue is in road and bridge, which most of that revenue is just state aid, state construction aid. So it isn't overly helpful to see this. You have this nice increase in revenue, but really it comes in and then it goes out in projects. This does include a $50,000 property tax increase to highway as well. As we look through the general fund, otherwise I have left at 0 levy increase when you start to look at it, and same with HHS. So we'll get into this a little bit deeper. Non-tax general fund revenue. So I mentioned some already, but there are some big ticket items in the general fund that are revenues. And so county program aid, we mentioned those, police contracts. So that is the sheriff contracting with those cities throughout the county. PILT, payment in lieu taxes. So the tax forfeited, state-owned, federal-owned land is a big revenue driver. The tax forfeit and timber sales comes in at about $300,000. The police aid, $250,000. Rental revenue, that's kind of an interesting conversation this year. Most of that rental revenue comes from HHS, which that is something that we're leaving it in the budget as it has been. But of course, as everyone knows, we're having those discussions about them exiting the South Pine Government Center and entering the courthouse. So that could have an impact on the revenue to the general fund, but if it has an impact to the general fund revenue, then it will have a decrease to HHS expenses, and so we can do some budget adjustments later once we have a better idea of what that's all going to look like. The solid waste fee, so this year it's $10 on every taxable improved parcel. And so that is assuming that $10 still stays the same going into 21. Assessor contracts at 172,000. That's again something that I'm going to talk about in the assessor contract because that number is actually down $20,000 from 2020. And probation aid is making the list. That's something we talk about a lot, Terry, and commissioners. Probation aid in that, you know, they promise us 50% funding and this year we're only at about 28% funding. But it is still a large revenue source, that those funds coming from the state. One thing that I wanted to mention that I've already somewhat alluded to is in 2020, this list included two things that now have fallen off of the list. Interest income, and so that obviously I think that everyone hears about what the economy is doing, what interest rates are doing. The Fed is at a 0% interest rate, which in turn means that our investments have very, very low returns. On the flip side, as we talked about today, we can do some refinancing, refunding of bonds and save some money, but that interest income really has fallen off. In 2019, that interest income with how I was moving the money between our Magic account and just our regular checking account, we had over $400,000 of income from interest, where now in 2020, using that same strategy, I'm going to be happy if we make 100,000. So that's just a sign of what the economy is doing. Prisoner boarding fees, that's also something that was previously on this list that has now fallen off. Rod will dig into that more when he's talking about his budget, but the state of Minnesota has a goal in 2021 of not boarding any prisoners. And that is where a lot of our boarding fees come from, is the state of Minnesota. And so that is potentially a large revenue decrease for us. Any questions before I move on? All right. Expenses. So once again, I show you just the 2020 expenses and then the 2021 expenses. As you can see, of course, expenses are up almost $4 million. So, and then you can break it down by fund to see where that $4 million is coming in. The general fund, yes, the expenses are higher than they were in 2020. That is really driven a lot by salaries. HHS, as you can see, Becky has kept things. She's worked super hard and kept expenses as level as she could. And so 2020 to 2021 for HHS is pretty level. Road and bridge, when you look at that, between 2020 and 2021, you do have this uptick. But really, when you're talking about road and bridge, that all comes down to projects. And so, like we talked about on the revenue side, you see that the revenue is going up a lot. However, their projects expenses going up a lot as well. In the bottom part of this slide on the bottom right, you can see that they have almost a $2.5 million increase in their projects. So that's
Kelly,
where, yeah.
something isn't adding up in my mind, because we've got a $2.48 million increase in highway spending, but we've only got a 2.3 in revenue.
Yeah, and so Mark
do we
has
have carryover money for some of those projects?
it could be that, and then Mark also has some cost savings in other places. So like
Okay.
when we start to talk about employee expenses costs, he actually is going to be saving almost $100,000 next year in employee costs. So that's Mark being thrifty, finding other places to save. All right, I will jump ahead if that answers that. So this is again looking at just countywide what the non-debt expenses is. So if we aren't looking at paying bonds, what else do we spend a majority of our money on? Number one is obviously salaries and benefits. And so you can see the difference between 2020 and 2021. It's an increase of almost $1.4 million. Again, these are based on the assumptions of a 2.9% COLA and 10% health insurance increase. So depending on how that all shakes out, those numbers could definitely change. So that is a big number though, just when you're talking about, one expense group that it's going up $1.4 million. When you break that down to a levy increase, that is a significant levy increase alone, just right there. Road and bridge construction, that's another top expense, which we've kind of hit that one quite a bit in 2021. Mark is estimating that there'll be just over $7 million worth of construction projects going on. Out of home placements is our number 3 expenditure. You can see that some of the great work Becky and Terry have been doing, that number is going down. And so that's wonderful to see. Also just maybe a sign of the times of why those things are decreasing. So out of home placements, that's a expense that is decreasing. It's still our 3rd top expense, but yet it's decreasing. So that's good news. Medical services to prisoners at just over $400,000, and then the library appropriation is another big ticket item. Just to kind of give you a lay of the land of where we spend our money. So when you pull the revenues and the expenses together, when you look at total revenues at $47 million, just over $47 million, and the expenses at $48.4 million approximately, we have a big gap, $1.36 million of a gap. This gap is what we need to work on over the next couple weeks to figuring out how to close that. As you start to look at the different funds with this gap, the place where it's really sticking out is the general fund. The general fund, you can see the expenses are bigger than the revenues, and so that's what needs to be closed. HHS, you can see that Becky is pretty well balanced, revenues and expenditures. She does have a little bit of a gap she'll touch on, but she's planning to pay for that with fund balance. And then Mark is perfectly balanced. He's perfectly balanced based on a $50,000 tax levy increase to highway, but otherwise he's in balance, and so that gap really comes back to the general fund. So items in this budget that I want to highlight. In 2020, we added several positions that are still included in the 2021 budget. And we added those positions because we truly needed them. So there's 3 positions that I called out: the assessor clerk, the HR generalist, and the IT specialist, that were unbudgeted general fund positions in 2020. That were added and now are included in the 21 budget. This budget includes leaving some vacancies in highway and HHS. They have some planned retirements that they're hoping to leave those positions empty for a while in order for some cost savings. And then when COVID hit, we did lay off that building maintenance worker, and this assumes that that person would not be coming back in 2021. The budget still includes $75,000 for the building fund and $100,000 fund. It assumes the sales tax revenue is pretty level, which, as we've seen over the last couple of months, we've held our breath each month to see where that sales tax revenue has come in, and it's still going up as of right now. But as we know, with a trying economy times, things might appear okay, but as time goes on, things might start to fall apart. So Mark is just estimating pretty much level sales tax revenue. I think it's down like $30,000, but nothing too mentionable. And then the budget also includes just stable funding for the partner organizations. So leaving everything the same for those partner organizations. I think the library appropriation went up $100 or something, what they requested, but otherwise it was leaving everything else level. One thing that I mentioned that, of course, a huge increase that we're seeing is in those, in salaries and expenses. So this is kind of a busy slide, but I want to talk through it quickly here, or maybe slowly, but, so I have each department listed on the far left-hand side, and they are ordered by the amount of new levy dollars that they are needing to balance their budget. So this isn't all salary dollars that they are needing to balance their budget, but it is how much new tax dollars they need. The next column shows you how much additional expenses are due to salaries and benefits. So if we take that top one, for example, the jail, the salaries and benefits are going up $259,000. But yet Rod needs $447,000 to balance his budget. So there is an additional almost $200,000 in there that he is needing to balance his budget outside of salaries and benefits. The jail specifically, that is because of a loss of revenue from the prisoner boarding. That is a big portion of that. You can kind of look down some kind of interesting situations that I wanted to point out. I think it was, yeah, so like auditor treasurer, I'm going to toot my own horn. Auditor treasurer, about midway down, you can see salaries and benefits are sitting at $38,500. So, but yet when you get over to that new levy dollars requested, we're able to make changes within our current budget in order to not need all levy dollars in order to make those salary and benefit payments. HHS is another one I wanted to point out. In Becky's budget, she's got $377,000, almost $378,000 with salary and benefit increases. But she was able to balance her budget with no additional levy dollars. Far right, I have just number of employees listed. It kind of helps tell the story of why those numbers are so big. You see Becky's total salary and benefits number is the biggest, but she has the biggest number of employees. So that just helps tell that story. It's a busy slide. Any questions on that?
Kelly, this is
Yeah.
David. I have a question on probation. How does the preliminary budget treat the $25,000 for the community coach? Is that included in that new levy dollars needed calculation?
So no, because it's not new levy dollars at all. We've had it in the budget for the last several years, and so it's still in the budget. So I mean, there's a $25,000 revenue line for the money from the band, and then there's a $50,000 expense line, which captures the band's $25,000 and the county's $25,000.
That might be a number in probation, that 79,000, that could come down 25,000 if we are successful with transitioning that funding to the family collaborative. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay,
Yes, correct.
thank you.
I have
Kelly.
a question too. I have a question, Kelly.
I think that was Matt.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, so is the jail under contract or this year to the end of the year, or is that which one's negotiating this year?
For salaries,
Yes.
the jail is the one that is under contract.
Okay.
So,
And so
yeah, so
The
their
rest of them
collective
are-
bargaining agreement expires at the end of 2021 for the correction officers and dispatchers.
Okay.
All the 9 other collective bargaining agreements all expire at the end of 2020. So we will be negotiating with those 9 units this year yet. And
Oh, that's what I want to know.
for reference purposes, in the correction officer and dispatch contract, that is settled for 2021. We have a 2.9% cost of living increase and an agreement on the health insurance for the family coverage that the county will pay 70% of the increase, and for the single coverage that the county will pay the first 6% of the increase and then split the increase above 6% with the employee.
Okay, are you assuming then that the rest of those contracts that are up this year are gonna get at least 2.9 across the board? That's the
Yes.
number, so that's a
Yes,
driver
the budget was built with a 2.9% COLA and then
across the board.
and then a 10% increase in insurance costs as an estimate of our best guess of where that will shake out.
Thank you.
So anything we can do better than that, we're gonna save all the way down that list. My question is, you know, years ago, we had discussions about if our jail population drops to some number, we can do something different. And I know the way the jail's set up, if we've got 90 people in there, it costs us the same. We need the same amount of people if we have 120, 90, or 60. But if we get down to some point, is there something we can do that we don't need 45 employees?
That's
I
a
don't
great
know.
question, Steve.
I mean, our jail population has decreased a lot, and a lot of that are boarded in people. So we lose double, we lose revenue. The efficiency of running the jail, every time you have less than the optimum number, the cost per participant goes up, but that's just a function of mathematics. But at some point, if we get to whatever that number is, I don't know what that number is, but maybe Rod will have to work on whatever that number is. That's a huge number. It's almost $500,000. If we can, I don't know what I'm even asking, if we can get by with less people, if we've got less patrons in the jail.
I think someone before you'd have to shut down a pod.
Yeah, and I don't want to get into that discussion right now because we've been down that road many, many times, but I think we need to lay some fresh eyes on it and take a look at, I mean, that's not for today, but I think that's homework for everybody that touches that jail to come up with maybe a radical different plan. We're trying to move some of these people to probation, so maybe, I don't know. I just think if we're doing things different, we got to do things different.
Oh yeah, it's worth a discussion for sure.
And Steve, this is
Yeah.
David again. So we have the sheriff scheduled to present his budget requests on September 9th, and it looks like Sheriff Nelson is on the call. So I'm sure he will come on the 9th with, prepared to have that discussion if that timing sounds good to you. Steve, I think you're muted.
Get my mute button to function correctly, but anyway, that's my fault. Anyway, yes, just so we have that discussion, I think it's a huge number. We need to have that discussion.
Kelly, this is Mark.
Yeah.
Just on the public works, when we're fully staffed, we have 32 employees. We had a retirement in our engineering side this year that we're going to eliminate that position, so we'd be at 31. And then I anticipate another retirement in that staff this year sometime, and we're proposing to not to keep the position, but to not fill it in 2021 with the gas tax revenues down, and then hope to refill it in 2022. So for 2021, we'd have 30 staff that would be budgeted. And then in 2022, we would add in that, refill that position once we see the gas tax numbers. So.
Okay, I'm not sure how I got 45 when I was counting.
No problem. Just wanted to clarify that.
Anything else while we're on this slide? But this is the one, I guess maybe we should print this out as we go into the budget discussions. Because this one is kind of, to me, it kind of lays it all out of where we're at and what we need to do. And what are the things that we can do something about.
Kelly, this is David. Can I ask one more question on this slide? On
Sure.
the very bottom, the dispatch is showing a negative number. I just want to clarify that that is not a reduction in staffing.
Correct. I think that's just due to retirement and staff turnover, having new employees come in at lower levels.
Okay, thank you.
Debt. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time talking about debt right now because when I'm presenting the budgets, I want to have a lot more discussion on debt. So I just want to quickly go over this slide. But currently we have 3 bonds sitting out there. First column, you can see when we first took them out, what the balance was, what their balance is currently, which is also the same at what their balance will be at the end of the year, what their current interest rates are, how much the 2021 payment within the budget is listed as. So when you add up all of those, our 2021 debt payments are just over $2.4 million. The principal, so just to give you an idea how much of that payment is principal and how much of it is interest, almost $1.7 million of it is principal. So taking off that balance. And then this shows what year they're paid off. The 2012 debt is the one that we're discussing refunding, and we'll have a lot more discussion on later this morning. Really, no matter what to me, it's not a question of are we going to refund it, it's just going to be how we are going to refund it. And so if we're refunding that bond, which I think we are, what will happen is we have to make that the February 1st, 2021 payment, which is the principal payment, but then we wouldn't be making that August payment, So we end up with a savings of about $60,000, no matter what we do with that refunding. As long as we refund it, we will have a savings on that bond payment. Talking to the bond counsel, Ellers, we need to levy as though we're not refunding that bond. But once we get further into the fall and actually get the bond sale documents drafted and have a plan to move forward, then we can look at changing this levy to what it will look like under the new bonds. And so under the new bonds, yes, we should have a savings in 2021 of about $60,000, no matter how we refund it. Any questions on that? And that refunding really just comes down to an interest rates. I already mentioned interest rates for our revenue are really down, but this is where the flip side comes. We can have some savings on our debt. The other two are obviously those have higher interest rates than what we get currently if we reissued that debt. However, these are not eligible to be called right now, so we cannot refund those, even without being, So we can't refund those right now, but the 2012 one is up to be called, so we can look at that one. All right, I'll move on. This is the painful slide. So when we look at the 2021 tax levy, I like to start out with where we are for 2020. So for 2020, we're at about $4 million. For the 2020 levy, we always seem to like to talk about in percents. So each 1% levy increase that we talk about in 2021 is about $193,000. So as we work through how much additional levy dollars are needed in the budget that currently is entered, general fund needs $1.4 million, health and human services needs none, road and bridge needs $50,000, the land fund needs nothing, debt service needs currently $157, a whopping $157. But if we refund that, that will need about $60,000 less. So total currently, we need almost $1.5 million of a levy increase, which would be 7.7%, which I don't think is acceptable to any of us. So we have a lot of work to do over the next month. Any questions on that? It's a little painful and scary.
Well, we've had scenarios like this before and made it work. So, I mean, I know department heads have done a lot of work already to get to this point. But we're going to have to look at maybe doing, going back and taking another look at doing business differently. Maybe we've learned a lot in the last 6 months about how to do business different, and maybe we just got to look harder.
So I have put together some options. This doesn't, it's a whole mix of options and ideas. First option is to reduce the building fund levy. So for the last several years, we've levied $75,000 so that we have a little nest egg to do building improvements, building maintenance, things that come up. One idea is rather than levying that $75,000, just look at the projects that we've got coming up for the next year or two. And when we're doing that bond refunding, wrap those projects into that bond refunding. So between, getting rid of that $75,000 building fund levy, and then with that refunding, those two things together is $135,000, because that refunding again saves about $60,000. Another thing that I would ask as you're looking at department budgets is really to discuss and review revenue estimates. And so we don't ever want to artificially inflate revenue estimates to make the budget work. But I think that we need to make sure that departments are really looking at their revenues and making sure that they're accurately represented and not being held down just to be safe. Obviously, we want to be safe with our revenue estimates, but if revenues have consistently been, let's say, $300,000 and you're only budgeting $200,000, well, it's probably a good thing to look at. It's maybe a safe bet to increase that. Review expenses when we're looking at the department budgets. So insurance costs is something that we've discussed a lot. So it's a 10% insurance cost estimate we've got built into the budget. The insurance committee has been doing a ton of work with Gallagher, trying to come up with new solutions to the insurance. Every single year, insurance is a big ticket item. So we're working on some ideas to hopefully put us in the driver's seat with those insurance costs, because right now we've kind of been at the whim of the insurance companies and our pooling and things like that, where that insurance committee has been reviewing ideas such as self-insurance, where that puts us in the driver's seat of what things look like. And then another thing is to budget for other potential vacant positions. So you heard HHS and Road and Bridge have budgeted specifically for vacant positions. They were able to target positions and know that they've got this retirement coming and that they won't be refilling it for 3 months or 6 months or whatever it is. I guess it's an idea to think about in some other places where there's turnover. Those places that come to mind are the jail and the sheriff. They have vacant positions almost all the time. And currently we budget as those positions are filled 100% of the time. And so that's maybe something to think about, is maybe we need to budget some in those departments for some vacancies. Some of the other departments have a smaller amount of employees. And so those departments may know of retirements that we want to capture. And so that's something to keep in mind too for commissioners and for department heads, is really think about, do I know that this person's going to be retiring, and could I just leave that position blank for a month or 2 months? It doesn't seem like a lot, but any of those things that we can do to help, they really do help. Restricted fund balances. So when we get done with this slideshow, we're going to have just a brief discussion on restricted fund balances. The county currently has quite a bit of money that is that's in particular pots, so that the money can only be used for certain things. And so rather than using tax dollars, tax levy for some of these things, we want to make sure that if there's a restricted fund, if there's a fund balance sitting in a little pot for whatever it is, we want to make sure those things are being used, or at least that there's a plan for how those things can be used. Because that money is sitting there waiting to be used, but can only be used for those certain things. As we're looking at options for balancing the budget, another thing which Becky is pulling in is just using some fund balance. We have worked so hard over the last several years to create a fund balance, which it's scary to think about starting to spend it, considering how hard we worked to get it. But we've worked hard to get it for the rainy day, and this might be the rainy day. In 2020, departments have worked really hard to save money so that hopefully when we're done with the 2020 year, we will have a nice chunk of money going into that fund balance. So that is something to think about as we work through. Obviously it's hard for me to estimate how much we're going to have at the end of the year that will be rolling into that fund balance. But as the end of the year gets closer and closer, I can start to figure out those numbers a little bit better. And then I put the last option down, which of course, to balance the budget, you always have tax levy as an option. So those are things to think about as we work through the next couple weeks to the month of, here's some ideas. There's other ideas I'm sure you can come up with as well. But these are things that to really just keep in your mind as we're working through the department budgets and trying to come up with solutions.
Kelly,
Steve?
thanks for the options, and thanks for leaving the tax levy as the last option. But my question is, every year we get growth because we have new buildings being built. At what point does that calculation kick in? Is it that we had, if we had so many $1 million worth of new building going on, that's going to create X amount of new tax dollars that we never had before?
Right. And so for 2021, the new construction was based on what was built as of January 2nd, 2020 So we know that number already.
Oh, you know that number already, okay.
Right.
And that's
So-
already figured into the tax levy?
No.
Okay,
So it's about 1% the new construction is.
okay,
So you guys could do a 1% levy increase. In essence, you're just grabbing that new construction.
Okay, thank you. That's exactly what I was asking. Yep, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. So I'm just gonna move on to next steps then. So this just kind of lays out. Oh, Matt, did you have something? Oh. No. Okay, sounds good. So this just lays out really what the next 2 to 3 weeks looks like. So today, you heard this presentation, and then you're gonna see, we're gonna go into just the areas of the budgets that I am responsible for. So we're gonna look at all of those different budgets. This afternoon, as David described, we're gonna hear from those outside organizations as to where they're at, what they need. August 31st, you will hear from the majority of the county departments. That will be a long day. And then moving into September 9th, you'll hear from the remaining departments. And then at that point, you know, as these meetings are going on, I will continue making revisions and figuring out where we're at. But after the September 9th, then we need to decide, you know, what is our levy going to be what is our levy going to do? Do we need additional meetings? So I've got 3 dates listed there for additional meetings if necessary, because that levy needs to be adopted by September 30th. And so September 15th, obviously we have a regular board meeting. Other options for dates of meetings are September 22nd, or the 29th. And so those, you know, those additional meetings, I think that we'll just have to figure them out as we go if they're needed. That is the end of this presentation. Any questions at all?
I think you've set the table well for us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So are we down to review the designated funds, or do we?
Yes, I think so. I am going to share. So you guys should have gotten with your packets. You should have gotten a printout. I'm going to share it so that we're all looking at it as well. Or for anyone on the that doesn't have it. Can everyone see that, or does it need to get bigger or smaller? You're on mute, Steve.
I hit the thing in it. Anyway, I did not get that sheet, Kelly, for some reason.
Okay.
Either that
Can
or
you see it on the screen okay?
yes, I can.
Okay. Sounds good. So as I mentioned in the previous presentation is, so the county has a fund balance at the end of every single year. But then we have, so our fund balance, let's say, is $6 million in the general fund. But of that fund balance, you have this whole portion of it that is restricted for only certain things. And so that's why we usually focus on the restricted part. But that's something that I've been trying to kind of shift the thinking on a little bit is we have all of these restricted balances that are sitting there, and year after year they seem to grow. And so we need to make sure that we are grabbing those fund balances and paying for things that we can out of them versus using tax dollars. And so I have listed them all out here. So at the far left tells you what fund these restricted balances are in. So you can see we've got, most of them are in the general fund. There's some in HHS and then some in the land fund. Next column shows you the account description. So many of these different accounts are based on statute. So we get, for example, the aquatic invasive species. We get about $125,000 every year in aquatic invasive species aid. Well, we can only use that for AIS stuff. So this gives you the statutory citation for where that is, why it is, what the requirements are to spend that money. So you can see the next column, we're just going to use AIS as an example. Next column shows you as of 12/31/18, so almost 2 years ago, our balance there was $151,000. We did all of 2019 and spent all we could spend out of that, and plus got our additional $125,000 of revenue from the state. And so then on 12/31/19, our balance was $171,000. So it went up almost $20,000, meaning we got $20,000 more revenue into that fund than expenses. And so you can see that all going down the list. When you get to the attorney forfeitures, for example, in 2018, there was $86,000. In 2019, all of 2019, you had revenue going in there and expenses coming out. And so then at the end of 2019, there was 85.5 or 85,500 in there. So that went down about $1,000. And so you can look down the list and see all of the different little pots of money. At the far right, these different little pots of money are located in different places. And so I just want to call those out for you because I want you to understand where they're at. So like the AIS, today, when I'm presenting my budget, there's literally a specific AIS budget. And so that one's really easy to see. We can talk about the fund balance. If you can think of other expenses we can throw in there, because as you can see with this one, well, the fund balance keeps going up. We haven't figured out how to spend more money than what we get every year with that AIS money. And maybe that's okay in that case, because one of these days the AIS grants aid is going to end. And then if we've got a chunk of money there, we could keep our program going. Where if you go down to the next line, the attorney forfeitures, for example, that's just located within the attorney's budget. So in Risa's budget, you'll see a line item for income, attorney forfeitures, and then you'll see a line item for expenditures, attorney forfeitures. And so some of those things are a little bit buried within the department budgets. And so I just want to call that out for you so that when we're looking at these budgets, when we're trying to figure out how to balance our 2021 budget, are there things we can hang our hats on in this list? Are there expenses that we've got listed under X, Y, or Z that really we could move those expenditures to one of these restricted funds and then not need tax dollars for that? Questions on that?
I'm always a little perplexed in some of those, why we can't spend, for instance, gun permit money, and I know we're restricted in what we can spend it on, but it's only the people that touch the permitting process of the guns, is that correct?
Jeff could probably respond to that a little bit more, but it's people and things. It's got to be the stuff that's used to issue those gun permits.
Other thing too, I think, Mr. Chair, is we had talked a while back about possibly lowering the fee for the gun permits too. I mean, that's just one thing that we pointed out, but I don't know, is it something we need $150,000 in that line? I don't know. You know,
I agree, Josh. If we can only spend $30,000 a year, and we for the last umpteen years have collected so much, I don't know. Is there a statute that says it has to be $100, or is that our own doing?
That's your own doing.
okay.
I mean, I don't know, at some point, do you lower the fee if it's no use just building that money, that fund up if we aren't using it?
Mr.
I
Chair,
agree.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
yep.
So Kelly, can we use that money for maintenance of the gun range that we acquired, you know, or because it's related, you know, qualifications and things like that? Because that's an expense we have.
Maybe, I guess the sheriff would have to answer that. If you look down the second from the bottom, the sheriff Sandstone Gun Range has its own fund. When we took that on, the club gave us all of the money in their treasury, to help pay for the ongoing maintenance of that. So we do, I mean, we have $10,000 sitting in a fund for the maintenance of that facility, already. And I guess, I mean, not necessarily specifically speaking about the gun permits, but I think that we just need to also try to think creatively about how to shift some of those expenses into some of these restricted funds. Like the recorder compliance and the recorder equipment fund, I've got kind of a nice layout for you on that. That I'll show you in a little bit. But I really think we need to start thinking about seeing an actual budget for these different funds. And I think it'll make a little bit more sense when you see what I've got for the recorder compliance and equipment fund. I also think, I mean, like on those two, Ryan and I work very closely together. Ryan has an expense for X, Y, or Z. Is there any way we can shove that into a recorder compliance or equipment fund? So it's just a matter of trying to, with some of these things, think a little more broad. You know, make sure we're not incorrectly spending them, but open our blinders a little bit to what's there.
Mr. Chair, I had one other question for Kelly too. Is like something like the law library, just because I sit on that board, and I know we have historically, you know, been just growing a little bit. It ain't a ton, but $500 to $1,000 a year. Is that something maybe you could reach out to them maybe and just look at it and see if there's something we can do there, you know, because we might look back in 10 years and it'll be up to 50 grand or whatever. So it ain't a huge amount, but maybe there is a few other things. And I know the law library pays an IT fee and some other stuff that, you know, just trying to be creative like that as far as maybe, you know, dispersing it. And if all of a sudden the fees go away and we see it start draining, maybe we change it again or whatever. But I know we have talked about that at our meetings off and on about, you know, looking for creative ways. And I don't know, maybe your office could help us, you know, with that or whatever. So.
Yeah, that's definitely something we can keep on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I kind of wanted to highlight the land fund down at the very bottom. So currently we have 3 restricted funds for the land fund. The blight fund and the timber development fund. Those two things those balances come from a percentage of the land sales. And so that's where those two things come from. And actually in 2020 now, we're going to be capturing a percentage from the land sales for the parks and recreation. So in 2021, you'll see a new line item there in the land. And then the forest access roads. So we do get gas tax funds for our forest roads. And so that's where that fund comes from, is just those gas tax dollars. And so I just want to highlight those, but we'll also talk about those quite a bit in the land fund discussion.
And Kelly, just a note on that, on the parks and trails collection that will start in 2020. That's for both land and timber, correct? Not just land?
Oh, I'm trying to remember how we did that.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's for
Okay.
land and timber. Because I
Okay.
think the blight is land and the timber development is land and timber. And then the
That
parks
sounds
and
good.
trails was land and timber.
Yeah, there's a board resolution that said that back in February. I'd have to dig her out and remind myself, but. Any other questions before we move on? All right. I'm gonna
Move on.
stop sharing this one.
Unless people want to take a 1-minute break and stretch or something. Come on.
So I'm gonna move into my department. We can also stop partway through them as well, huh? All
Go
right.
ahead, Kelly.
Okay, sounds good. I remember or pull up the agenda here of what order they went in. All right, we're gonna start with auditor treasurer, it looks like.
Yep.
So I'm gonna pull that budget up and share it. Maybe. Okay, and I think I can probably make it bigger. No. Is that big enough for everyone? Hopefully. Okay, we're just gonna run
That's
with
big
it unless you
enough
guys say it's not. What's that?
I said it's not big enough for me.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Chafee.
Yep.
I don't have it anyway, so just giving you a
Oh,
hard
you're
time.
trying to be funny, Steve.
Yeah,
did
I guess
email-
it didn't work.
Okay, I did email you a copy of it, Steve, last night. If that's at all helpful.
Well, it is, but I'm having a hard time getting it to come up for some reason.
Okay. Well, we'll talk through it quite a bit, okay?
Yeah, that's
So-
fine. No, don't worry about it.
Okay. So on the auditor treasurer side, we have some revenues listed. So auditor's fees, when we did the 2020 fee schedule, we made some pretty big changes to the auditor fee schedule. The big thing that we really changed was for escrow companies. Previously, I almost had a quarter staff person that was dealing with escrow companies, and man, they were sloppy, and it was just a very time-consuming process. So for 2020, we implemented an escrow fee charge. So in order for us to maintain an escrow company, there's a charge per parcel that helps pay for all of that maintenance. And then if escrow companies make a mistake, we'll fix it, but then they're charged $10. And so as you can see as we're halfway through 2020, which most of our revenue is collected in the first part of the year, our revenues are up over $20,000. Where when you look at 2018 and 2019, they were at $13,000 in 2018 and $11,000 in 2019. So with that change with the escrow company charges, that is bumped up nicely. So for the 2021 budget, I'm estimating $20,000. I just want to be conservative to make sure we are not overestimating. And then the other revenue source for the auditor treasurer's office is we have a transfer in from the land fund of $90,000. It's been $90,000 for a really long time. The intention of that $90,000 is to pay a portion of my salary, a portion of Terry Lovegren's salary, and then to cover other administrative costs that we have with administering tax forfeit properties. So on the auditor treasurer side, you see $110,000 worth of revenue. As we work through, oh, was there something there? Oh, maybe not. Okay. And then as we work through the expenses for the auditor treasurer office, as you look down the listing, a majority of the expenses all land in the salaries budget. And so we do have a $38,000 increase in expenses. And that really all mostly lands in salaries, which again, we've talked about. We've got those union contracts, which yes, they're up for negotiation. But right now we are assuming a 2.9% cost of living and a 10% insurance. So most of the increase in expenses fall in the salaries. I have a $500 increase in telephone, and that's just because Melissa now has a county cell phone, which has been super helpful throughout the pandemic and working from home. And then I also have a $500 increase just for technology. So it seems like there's little bits and pieces of things like I need a Dymo printer here or there that needs to be purchased. And so I have a $500 increase in technology. I've got some slight decreases in printing expense, which the printing expense is the printing of the tax statements. And then a slight decrease just with our copier costs. So overall, we've got $4,000 of additional revenue in the auditor treasurer side, but we've got $38,000, almost $39,000 of additional expenses, which results in needing approximately $35,000 more of tax levy in 2020 in order to balance the budget. Any questions on that? That one's pretty straightforward. All right, we'll close that one. On to truth and taxation, another easy one. Get that one shared here. All right. Hopefully be big enough for everyone to see. So each fall we have to send out truth and taxation notices, which commissioners, you're probably aware of that. We get phone calls at that point. We hold a meeting in early December to discuss our levies and our budget. And so this is the department where that process is paid for. Refunds and reimbursements. So the schools and the townships and cities share a part of the cost of sending out the truth and taxation notices. Because some of those entities it's displaying their preliminary budgets as well. So that's where those refunds and reimbursements come in. And then for expenses, you've got the postage to mail them out, and then just the printing and the forms under office supplies. So we get reimbursed from the township, city, school districts for about $8,000 every year. It costs us about $13,500 to do them. So there is about $5,500 of tax dollars that are needed in order to get those things mailed out, which is required by statute each fall. The way things have shaken out is there's $800 of additional tax dollars that are needed in 2021 to balance this budget. And really that just comes down to me estimating the revenue based on really what's come in over the last previous years for those reimbursements. Any questions on that? That one's pretty easy. All right, elections. I'm gonna get it pulled up here. All right, so elections. Just to give you a little bit of a historical remembrance maybe of elections. So previously you had this 2-year cycle where in the odd years, the elections budget was really low. The even years, the election budget was really high. And so those even years, we always struggled with levy because you've got this yo-yo effect. So then in 2018, as part of the 2019 budget, you guys decided, you know what, let's figure it out so that we can have a level levy from year to year for elections. And so in 2019, we thought we were doing really good and we levied about $36,000 to start that nest egg so that we had money going into 2020 when 2020 is a big election year. As we all know, 2019 didn't work out as we had thought since we had 4 special elections, and those were very expensive. So when you look at 2019 actuals, we ended up with a total of just over $43,000 of revenue going in there. But the expenses, which should have been very minimal in an odd year, ended up just over $60,000 because of those 4 special elections. So needless to say, coming out of 2019, we didn't have a nest egg at all. We were in the hole, which is not helpful at all. But the good news of that is when you look to that, our restricted fund balances, because this helps tell the picture as well. I'm thinking you guys can see the restricted fund balances spreadsheet again, I hope. When you look midway down this, you'll see general fund elections. I'm highlighting it currently. Oh, I got the wrong things highlighted, but so the one that's highlighted all the way across, when you look at 12/31/18, there wasn't the balance in the general fund elections. But then when you look at 12/31/19, we're in the hole by almost $17,000. And so that was put us in a really tough position going into 2020. One thing that we struggled a little bit with, this restricted fund we built in the general fund, which resulted in the tax levy for the general fund being broken up. Part of it was in the non-departmental area, and then part of it was in the elections area. And that's not something that's overly helpful when you split up the tax levy to all of these different spots, because it's really hard for someone to look at the budget and figure out how much is your tax levy when they have to look at all of these different spots. So in order to really pull that out of the general fund and really know what our tax levy is for 2020, we actually moved the elections out of the general fund and into their own fund. So the good news of doing that is we got to leave the $17,000 deficit behind when we went into 2020, which was wonderful considering it's an election year and it would have been really difficult to have to levy an additional $17,000 to get ourselves out of the hole. With leaving that behind, yes, the rest of the general fund had to pick that $17,000 up. But you know, even if it wasn't a restricted fund, that's what would have happened. So at least going into 2020, we got a fresh break. We were able to levy like it was a fresh, even year and kind of get a restart with our election levy. So in 2020, we had to levy quite a bit of money. So $77,234 was the 2020 property tax levy in order to pay for all the elections we have this year. So as you can see, 2020, we estimated at $98,000 of revenue, $98,000 of expenses, and we thought we would come out of 2020 pretty well even. Right now we're 50% through. This looks at 50% through 2020, which is a really hard kind of picture to look at because we had one election in our pocket and 2 to go. So it's not a very good telltale of where we're going to end up for 2020. But with how the expenses are flowing in, I feel like we're pretty much going to end 2020 where I was guessing, with a big old nothing in our pot to help start to pay for things. But at least we're not in the hole anymore. So when we get to 2021, it's an odd year. We shouldn't have a lot of elections. There should be a township, the March township elections. There'll be a couple school district elections. It's a pretty quiet year as far as elections when you get to 2021. As you can see, when you look at this budget, I'm not suggesting to actually reduce the tax levy here though, because to start to build up that fund balance for 2022 so that we don't have to do that yo-yo anymore of a low levy, a high levy, a low levy. So I'm wanting to leave that levy the same so that we start to build a fund balance. And then also I am going to, in 2022, as we gear up for the next election cycle, I am going to need to start or completely replace our elections equipment. And that is a bit of a scary feat. Our current tabulators that we're using, the software on them is from 1996. And really at this point, it doesn't meet what the Secretary of State would like to see us using. The software on them does not work with Windows 10. And so we are having to run them still on a Windows 7 computer, which, as Ryan has told us, is not a supported thing anymore. And so it's not, it's working for 2022 sort of, but we can't go into 2020, or it's working for 2020 sort of, but we can't go into 2022 with the current tabulation equipment that we have. We have to get it updated. Also, besides the software being outdated, our machines that we have are from 2005. So the software is from 1996. The machines are from 2005. When we just had the primary election a couple of weeks ago, the day before election day, we had 5 machines go down just because they're old, things break. We had the company there in June who went through every single machine and they were supposed to be working great. And then the day before the election, 5 of them broke. So it really comes down to, we need to plan for in 2022, we have to replace that election tabulation equipment. The cost estimate that I have for the tabulation equipment is about $130,000. So as you can see, I have a nest egg built in the 2021 budget of $61,000, which part of that is to help to pay for the 2022 elections, and then part of that is just to start to build some funds to pay for that new equipment. The good news is, for the last several years, the state has had a 50% grant match on buying new equipment. So that $130,000 will hopefully come down to about $65,000 that we will need to spend in 2022 just for equipment. So that's good news. As long as that money is still there, which it's federal dollars, I would sure hope it's still gonna be there. But the 2022 budget for elections does not have a reduction like I guess I would hope to see, because of those things, thinking about moving forward into 2022. That was a lot. Questions on that?
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. How often and I know Pine County doesn't do everything the same as everybody else, but how often do you replace that equipment typically?
So Pine County never replaced our, every county varies. So there's only 5 counties that are still running, 5 out of the 87 counties that are still running the equipment that we're running. It seems like every county is so very different. Isanti County, I can speak to that, they got their equipment about the same time as us in 2005, and then they replaced theirs before the 2014 election. So it varies, but then you've got Hennepin County who, they seem to replace theirs every 4 years, and it's, wow, well, that's a lot. But at this point, we've rode this horse for over 15 years. And so it's one of those things that we've put off and we really can't anymore.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious. I didn't know.
Other questions on that? So the good news is there's no new levy dollars needed for this budget. It's just not a decrease like maybe we would hope to see in an odd year election, in an odd year. All right, I'm gonna move on from that then. So that kind of covered the auditor treasurer section, and we will move into the planning and zoning section. Starting with AIS, which is the Aquatic Invasive Species Program. That's going. So I think everybody should be able to see that now. So in AIS, every year we've been getting about $125,000 of revenue. It's been a little bit less the last couple of years. But then we pay for certain things out of that revenue. So the permanent staff we pay for that is 25% of Caleb's, because he manages this whole program. We feel like that 25% is probably a really good estimate of how much time he actually spends on the program. So while I would love to shift 50% of his salary over here or some other percent, since the fund balance keeps going up, we really can't justify shifting that. Salaries and wages temporary. So this is our watercraft inspectors. So I think 2015 was the first year that we had employed watercraft inspectors. They usually work fishing opener through Labor Day weekend, but depending on how the weather is, sometimes they've worked all the way through the end of September. And so this budget includes 5 temporary watercraft inspectors. And then in 2018 or 2019, in the temporary, we also had an intern that was paid out of here. And the 2020 budget also included an intern. And so that intern really helps us do a lot of education and outreach for AIS. It helps us just with some of the coordinating, running things out to the watercraft inspectors, that type of thing. So 2019 did hire for there all summer. 2020, our budget included an intern. However, with COVID and everything going on this spring, we just chose not to hire it. It was just too much with people working at home and things like that. So for the 2021 budget, it does include the intern and then 5 watercraft inspectors. And then you just have your standard FICA and PARA types of things. The FICA and PARA, the PARA is only Caleb because those temporary employees don't get that. Travel expense, so our watercraft inspectors have to go to some trainings and things like that. So that's why we've got some travel expense there. And then our program expense really is for the majority of that. It comes from or goes to partner organizations. So every year you guys approve an aquatic invasive species plan, which includes a lot of money to the different lake associations to do weed cutting or doing different treatments of AIS. The St. Croix River Association gets some funds for their Rivers Are Alive program, which does some education in schools, things like that. So that program expense, the majority of that line item goes to outside organizations. So this budget, just so that it doesn't throw our levy need at all, the revenues and expenditures, we have them equal 0. But our goal every year when we make that AIS plan is that we're trying to spend more than our revenue coming in. That's never happened just because projects fall apart. For example, at the beginning of the year, they might have thought they were going to treat 20 acres on Sturgeon Lake, and then in the end, they only ended up treating 10 acres or whatever the difference is. So this is one that every year you guys have a second crack at come about January or February, just on that expenditures of really what do we want to spend. We know that those things, Caleb's salary and those watercraft inspectors are kind of a done deal, but yet all of that program expense is really kind of decided on later. And we always sure try to spend more than what the revenue is, because as we talked about, this is a restricted fund. As of 12/31, we have over $170,000 sitting there that can only be used for aquatic invasive species. One thing to keep in mind with this that we're always trying to keep in mind is this program started in 2015. The legislature has funded it every 2 years at $10 million, but I kind of feel like at some point that could end. And so maybe the fund balance is okay, because once that state funding ends, at least if we have a fund balance, we can keep our program going for a while without using tax dollars. If we wanted to keep the program moving. Any questions on that? Nope. Okay. Moving on from that one. That one's easy. Planning and zoning. Okay, so planning and zoning is a little bit bigger of a budget and a little bit more detailed than, for example, the aquatic invasive species, but we'll jump into that. So in planning and zoning, obviously we've got a lot of things going on. We've got several different programs that are kind of wrapped in here. We do low income septic grants out of this department. We obviously do all of our zoning and subdivision, all of that type of regulation out of this department. And then we do, which I guess sort of wraps into that, but like the buffer law enforcement is in this department. And then we've also in the past done a little bit of property cleanup in this department. So they didn't meet ordinance for whatever X, Y, or Z, and so then we did some property cleanup from this department. So that kind of takes you through the revenue line items. So the very first one, special assessment, septic fix-up. So some of those low-income septic loans and grants that we do through Lakes and Pines, some of them get paid back on special assessments. Like in 2019, you can see we had a kind of a big number of money coming in, and that's because one of those properties sold. And so when it sells, it has to be paid back. And so you can see the revenue is pretty stable coming back in from those. And the good news of those is then we can turn them back around and make new loans for those low income folks. Zoning permits. So you can kind of see 2018, we were at 65,000, 2019, we're at 58,000. 2020, our budget's at 62,000. I am estimating that that's probably going to end up at the end of the year more like 75,000. You can see halfway through 2020, we were at $30,000. But that also was a really slow start to the year because of COVID. So I think that that number is going to be well over $70,000 when we're done with 2020. For 2021, I wanted to bump it up a little bit, but yet with the uncertainty with the economy, I didn't want to go all the way to where I think we're going to end 2020 at 75,000. Just because things seem okay right now, but things could really fall apart in 2021 with people doing construction. And so I would hate to build our budget thinking that the construction boom is going to continue and it not. So that's up a little bit from the 2020 budget, where I would have loved to have it up higher than that, but I'm wanting to be conservative just with uncertainties. The riparian aid, so that is the money that we get from the state of Minnesota for our buffer law enforcement. So you can kind of see where it's gone over the last several years. It's pretty stable. In 2018, there were just less counties enforcing it, so the pot of money that they split between the counties was more. So that's why you see that change a little bit. State grants that you've got listed there. So we get a grant for doing the Wetland Conservation Act, we get a grant for septics, and then we get a grant for shoreland from the department, from Bowser. Some of it comes from the DNR, but passes through Bowser. So I'm estimating that those grants are going to stay pretty stable. Another thing included in that fund is each year we get another little chunk of money to do low income septic fix-ups. It's usually only about $18,000, but that's included in that state grants money as well. And then tax collection for services. So back in, I think it was 2017, we did a property cleanup. And so this is just that property paying back on their property taxes over the next 10 years for that cost of that cleanup. So that's what that line item is. Salaries and wages, you can see, as we've talked about quite a bit, you know, those things are a lot driven by the cost of living increases and the health insurance costs. This one, the salaries and wages, you see it jump up a little bit extra. And that is because previously our 2 environmental technicians, their salaries were split 75% zoning, 25% solid waste. And that really didn't accurately represent what their workload was. Their workload was less solid waste. And so this budget actually has those 2 environmental technicians as being paid 88%, well, 87.5% out of zoning and then 12.5% out of solid waste. So you've got a shift of some additional salaries into zoning, but then they came out of the solid waste budget. Additionally, in the salaries, you have a new 75% cost of a position of the new zoning assistant that was added. She started just the beginning of August and is a huge help for coordinating everything that goes on in that office. So that's why you see a bit of an extra bump up in those salaries than just our usual big bump that we're seeing. Otherwise, for the expenses throughout that budget, they're pretty stable. Just trying to recognize really what the expenses have been. And so, like telephone, that's up. We now have an additional person with that change, how we've done the staffing. Joy, who previously spent most of her time in the office, is now mostly out in the field. So now she's got a cell phone. So it's just adding an additional phone. And that's the main change there. Credit card processing fees. So we have a credit card machine so that folks can pay for their permit applications and things. And so we obviously have a fee that goes along with that. So just recognizing more where that fee is. As more and more people use their credit cards, that fee gets more and more. and other kind of things that to highlight advertising, legals, and subscriptions. So we have to do a lot of public notices for ordinance changes and public hearings and things. Just the cost of that seems to be up, and we seem to be doing more public hearings for variances, conditional use permits, that type of thing. And then just everything else is pretty much the same. Gasoline and oil we have down a bit just because it seems like with moving the part of the office up to Sandstone, we're going to be a little bit more efficient with 5 times, getting a little bit less driving. And just with gas prices being down some as well. Office budget. Operate. In 2021, $1,000 of tax dollars to operate. So it's an increase there. The amount of activity in this department really comes down. It really comes down to the amount of activity in the department. It's a very busy department. And when we get over to the solid waste budget, you will see there's not really an increase there because we shifted some of those salary costs here. Any questions on that?
Who have a question, Kelly?
Sure.
You were talking about the projections for 20 being higher than you expect. I just want to know how much of that is new construction versus
I'd probably, because really most of the repairs are probably more septic system replacements. Because really all of our building permits is they're building something new, because otherwise we don't require permits if they're just doing an interior remodel or something like that. So I mean, a lot of it really is new. I mean, probably half of it comes down to is septic permit stuff. Does that answer that question, Matt?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Anything else on this one? All right, we'll move into solid waste then. All right, I gotta make this a bit bigger so we can actually see it. Oh, that got way smaller, sorry. All right, so I think that should be a decent size for everyone to see. So the solid waste budget has really evolved over the last several years. In that we have really done a lot of improvements to our solid waste operations. Back in 2015, 2016, we opened our household hazardous waste facility. And then now we are actually operating 2 transfer stations and made some big changes with our recycling programs, our recycling shed programs, with transitioning most of those to the transfer stations. So as we look at historical, there's been a lot of activity and changes in the solid waste budget. But we'll walk through those here. One of the biggest revenue sources for solid waste is just the state SCORE payments. So back in the early 90s, the state created a program for solid waste to provide funding to counties. And so every year we get funds from the state based on our solid waste operations. So it's not completely based on our solid waste operations. Otherwise, you would have seen a sharp uptick, but it's a factor. So you can see we've got just Scorpions. The next line down is that environmental grant. So that was a grant that we had gotten in 2019 to build out the Willow River Transfer Station. So that was a one-time deal. So now I'm not budgeting anything there. The state solid waste or state household hazardous waste grant. So that is funds that we get filtered from the state based on our household hazardous waste collections to help offset those costs. Our waste hauler license fees. So every fall you see a bunch of those come through on the county board agenda. So we licensed all of the waste haulers in the county. Our fees for service, those two line items, Pine City and Willow River, those are our transfer station income. So we charge folks for different services at the transfer station. So they can still bring household recycling for free, but then they also have opportunities to get rid of just regular trash, construction debris, tires, all of that type of stuff. And so you can see where we're estimating those to be. Those numbers are really based off of where we are halfway through 2020. And so you can see Pine City, where I'm guessing at about 30,000 next year, and then Willow River at about 55,000. It's kind of interesting. We probably have the same amount of cars that go through each of the transfer stations. However, at Pine City, most of the cars are not bringing things that they have to pay for. They're bringing just regular household recycling that's free. And we're at Willow River, they're bringing a lot of things that they have to pay for, TVs, tires, mattresses, that type of stuff. And I don't know if that's just a function of the area or what the story is there, but it's a very different, they're very different operations really when you look at them. So that's where we're thinking those revenues are going to be. Tax collection, so we have that solid waste fee that is $10 on each improved parcel. So you can see that is our biggest income source that we get to help the solid waste department. At this point, I do not have an increase listed in there. We started it out at $6 back in 2016. And then in 2019 went to $8. And then in 2020, now we're at $10. And so for the 2021 budget, I have that remaining the same. Each dollar gets us about $20,000 more, if that's something you want to consider. But right now the budget's built on leaving that at $10. And then refunds and reimbursements, really what that is Minnesota has a program called Paint Care. So if any of you have purchased any paint in the last several years, you get charged 50 cents for a gallon or $1.50 for a 5-gallon when you purchase new paint. And so through that program, our household hazardous waste facility gets reimbursed for any paint that we dispose of. And so that's what that reimbursement, refunds and reimbursements is just the state paying us back for our costs for disposing of paint through that Paint Care program. So those are our revenues in the solid waste department. And then as we go through our expenses, you've got your kind of standard, expenses for our staffing. Like we talked about, we did a shift in the 2 environmental technicians. Their positions went from 25% paid out of solid waste to only 12.5% paid out of solid waste. But then we added in that additional assistant position that's 25% paid out of here. So with all those things added together, you can kind of see what happened with our costs. The salaries and wages part-time, you see that going down. And really that just comes down to when we did the 2020 budget, we weren't operating those transfer stations yet. We just started operating the Willow River Transfer Station. And so we didn't really know what the staffing was going to look like. But now that we've run them for a year, we have a really good idea what the staffing looks like. So I was able to hone that in a little bit better of what that's actually going to cost us to staff those transfer stations. So that's what the part-time salaries is. as we work down the budget, in blue, previously the solid waste budget was everything was lumped together. So you had like this advertising, legals, and subscriptions, and we put all of our costs in there for advertising for stations, for the household hazardous waste facility, for the recycling programs. All of it was just lumped together. The same with our contract services. So we had contracts to staff our household hazardous waste facility. We've got our contracts for our recycling sheds. We had a contract to haul recycling roll-offs, and everything was just lumped together. And really all the line items in the solid waste budget were like that. And it made it very difficult for us to actually give you an answer of what does it cost us to run that household hazardous waste facility? Or what does it cost us to run the recycling programs? So over the last couple of years, we have split those things out. So I have allocated a lot of those things out. So in the 2018 budget, those things weren't allocated out very well, but I have allocated them out. The two that I struggled to allocate out were just the two that are remaining there, the advertising, legals, and subscriptions, and the contract services. It just would have been really time consuming to allocate those out to really where they would have landed in our new accounts. So just know that those are there. So the numbers for 2018 aren't some of the costs for 2018 for these different programs are still laying up here. But for 2019, we've got it allocated out really nicely. So the second column is the 2019 actuals. And so as we move into the different programs, as you can see, when we get to the middle of the page there, we've got the household hazardous waste facility, and we've got it broken down by all the different categories of expenses that we spend at that facility, so that we can have a good answer of what that facility costs us. Really, there's not a lot of changes that we're requesting for that household hazardous waste facility. If we run it just in 21, exactly how we're running it in 2020, we're doing a lot of learning on what we need, what we don't need. So really a lot of the costs for running that facility are going down in 2021. In 2020, we've got money in the budget, but yet we're not spending it. So I'm just wanting to reflect those decreases in expenses. To this NPTS, so that's the North Pine Transfer Station, so that's in Willow River, and then the SPTS, so that's the South Pine Transfer Station, so that's the Pine City Transfer Station. And so you can start to see how those costs are allocating out. In 2019, then the Willow River, the North Pine, we started operating that at the end of July, where the South Pine, we didn't start operating that till October. So in 2019, really 80% of our costs were for North Pine and 20% were for South Pine. We're now in 2020, the costs are split about 65% North Pine and 35% South Pine. So as you can see, I've tried to lay it out based on what we need to operate in those different areas. A lot of people starting at the credit card processing fees. We do a lot of credit card transactions through that facility up in Willow River. A majority of our income comes through credit cards. And so the more credit cards you use, the more credit card expense you have. And so that's why that's bumping up. Advertising, legals, and subscriptions. So the first couple of years, we've tried to do a lot of advertising and things like that. But really now that we're moving into almost our third year of operation, we're feeling like we can get away with doing a little bit less advertising. Building maintenance and supplies. So that's something that I'm bringing down quite a bit. So with getting that up and running and just getting the flow, we're needing less money to make changes there. Equipment and furniture. In 2020, we had no budget for that just because we had planned if there were changes that we needed to make there, the building fund. But with everything that's going on this year, there's probably not going to be any changes there with equipment and furniture, and that's what it's going to be. But I'm hoping to just put a little bit in there for 2021 for equipment and furniture. Up at the North Pine, the refuse removal. We have a good idea of what that's costing us to get rid of that stuff. And so, yes, it is up quite a bit from our estimate from our 2020 budget. But when we made that 2020 budget, we didn't have a lot of information. The good news is with the cost going up, that also means more revenues coming in. So it's a good offset between the two. I did ask Caleb, so if you see this line item is going up by $78,000, but then when we go up here to the revenue, the line item's only going up $55,000. So it's not a perfect offset. There's a $13,000 difference there. So that's something that I asked Caleb to review for the fall is, are there places that we need to change our fees that we're losing money on? He thinks we don't need to change our fees. He thinks that we just need to change the way we're processing some of those materials. For example, our scrap metal, right now, we get to dispose of it for free, but right now we're actually paying someone to truck it out of there. And so if we could get rid of that cost of having to pay trucking to get rid of the scrap metal, some of those costs will come down. So he's got some great ideas like that. So maybe we won't have to look at increasing fees for 2021. But we'll see as the fall marches on how things shake out. Program expense, so that's just kind of a bucket for all kind of things miscellaneous that we need to run that transfer station. Previously we had $1,000 in there for both of them, and so just wanting $1,000 up for the Willow River one. So moving into the South Pine, the line item descriptions are exactly the same. You've got the credit card processing fees. It's a little bit cheaper than up at the North Pine one, just because there's less transactions going through there. Otherwise, everything is the same except for the removal cost. Just because, again, there's less product going in there that we have to pay to remove. Moving into recycling. So recycling encompasses our recycling sheds. And so most of our recycling sheds are now congregated at the transfer stations. We do still have a few out in the hinterlands. Like in Bruno, there's still one. So there's still some out and about outside of the transfer stations. But the contract services is what we pay Phase to service those. It will be interesting as we approach Phase this fall. We currently our contract with them only goes through 2020. And so our 2020 contract's at $174,000. So that's what I plugged in for 2021. But we know with the pandemic, things are looking very different with Phase. Things are not looking good with Phase financially. So it will be an interesting conversation this fall when we start talking about that contract. They've been willing to stay at the $174,000 the last couple of years because the second they go over that $175,000, we have to go out for bids, and they're concerned of if we do go out for bids, who knows what will happen. And so we will see where that number ends up for 2021. But I really feel comfortable with it's not going to be more than $174,000. That's probably that's the most it will be. Recycling, building maintenance and supplies. So previously we had a $2,000 budget for that. I'm bringing that down just because previously we had all of these. I mean, we had at one point we were up to 12 different sites with these little sheds on them. And the sheds, when they're unmonitored and things, they get really beat up. Where now that the sheds are pretty congregated in one area, there's someone watching them, they seem like they're holding up a lot better. And so, I mean, nobody's kicking a hole through the wall and different things that have to be fixed. So we really because we have those transfer stations, we can do less maintenance on those buildings. Same with equipment and furniture. So previously we were having to buy different hangers and things like that for those buildings, but we've got a really good system down for those now. The refuse removal. So we work with Phase on when garbage ends up in those in the recycling sheds that are unattended. We have a garbage can there for them to put that garbage in, so they don't have to haul it back to their shop and then dispose of it. So that is what that cost is. Matt Sanitation takes care of that at the couple outskirt sites that we still have. And then just the program expense, recycling. What this really is at the Hinckley transfer station, you can bring your tires, your mattresses, your electronics there, and pay half price to dispose of them. And so every month we get a bill from the East Central Solid Waste Commission for the other half of that cost. And so that's what this $20,000 in the program expense is. The prices at the Hinckley transfer station are exactly the same as we have at our transfer stations, but just we don't have to pay ourselves for giving a discount on those things, but we have to pay the Solid Waste Commission. So that's where there's a line. That's why there's a line item there for that program. So in the end, solid waste actually turns out okay. As you can see when you compare, our revenues are up because of those fees from service at the transfer stations. Yes, our expenses are up. We had salary increases, but yet we had decreases in a lot of other areas. And in the end, in 2020, we needed $142,000 of tax money, tax levy to run the solid waste program, where in 2021, we only need $138,000. So our levy dollars we need is actually about $3,000 less in 2021 than in 2020 for the solid waste department. Questions on that? All right, we will move on from there then. We're going to move to assessor and recorder. I think I'm going to do recorder first because that one seems easier to me. Here is coming up the record budget for 2021. So I think that you should all be able to see this. So the recorder budget has a lot of revenue going into it. And most of that revenue is driven from recording fees. I'm going to just jump over there. Most of that revenue is driven from recording fees. We have other fees from folks getting birth certificates, marriage license, death certificates, that type of thing. But the majority of that income does come from recording fees. So that's that recorder fee county. The technology and compliance fees, so that is as part of that recording fee, every document to record is $46. $11 of that by statute goes into the recorder tech fund or the equipment fund. And then $10 of that actually goes into the recorder compliance fund. And we're going to talk a little bit more maybe after we get through the whole budgets about those funds specifically, because those are some of those restricted funds that have pretty large balances. Credit card processing fees. So for 2020 throughout the rest of the budget, you guys had asked us to remove credit card processing fees. Just because when you go to a regular business, you don't have to pay for using your credit card normally. And so that had wanted for 2024 to just have as part of a cost of doing business, which works. However, in the recorder's office, part of one thing that people use credit cards for is to retrieve copies of deeds and mortgages, and they can do that online from home. In order for us to do that have them do it from online at home, it costs us for that portion of that program. So as part of that, we do charge still for each time that they have a 30-minute session of retrieving documents. We charge them $5, or no, it's $3 now. We charge them $3 to do that. And so then that just helps pay for that cost of us having that available to them. So that's what that credit card processing fees is. That's a really popular program with title companies and things like that. Previously, they'd have to come into the courthouse and look the things up, and that's not very convenient for people from the Twin Cities or even, I mean, our local Pine City attorneys. It's not convenient for them either to stop what they're doing and drive up to the courthouse. So that's a very popular program, but yeah, we want to make sure we're covering the software costs for them to be able to do that. Moving down to salaries, one kind of nice thing is in the recorder's office, those employees have been there a really long time. So at 2.9% COLA, most of the places you don't only see a 2.9% COLA because those employees still are receiving steps. Where in the recorder's office, all of those employees have been here for 15 years or more, so they don't get steps. So you can see literally the costs, the salary increases are 2.9% in the recorder's office. I think this is probably one of the only places you will see that throughout the whole budget. Otherwise, throughout the rest of the office, just trying to change expenditure expectations to where approximately they are going to be. One thing with the postage and freight, in May of 2019, we went live with e-recording all documents. And so what that means is they electronically come into us, and we electronically process them, and then they electronically go back to the title companies. So what that did is that actually reduces our postage cost quite a bit. And so that's something that I think as we're continuing to offer that, our postage cost will go down and down. Because previously we'd get a document in the mail, we'd record it, and we'd have to mail it back to those title companies. And so that's been a cost savings. Credit card processing fees. So this is part of that cost that we get charged from the company for those people to be able to do those transactions at home. So this is just part of that cost. The rest of it is just wrapped into our technology cost of that program. Otherwise, everything else pretty much stays level. Office supplies and books we're bringing down a little bit, just because the required things is getting to be less and less, partially because of that e-recording. We don't have paper we're using more anymore. You know, it's all electronic. We're not printing things out. So less paper is needed, less paper clips are needed, and that type of thing. And then with that recorder technology and compliance funds, in order to make sure that the budget reflects what tax dollars we need, we always have those things zero out. But yet we have a budget on the side of really how we're going to spend those. And I'll show those to you in just a moment. I do want to say with the revenues in the recorder side, the real estate market is still going gangbusters. Everybody that I think I know that owns a house is refinancing. Things are going crazy. We're very busy in the recorder's office right now. And so at first I thought, let's bump these revenue estimates up quite a bit for 2021. But again, there's so much uncertainty with where we're going to end up with the economy. feel like the value are 2005, 2006 values right now. And so I feel like we're probably going to end up in a bottom falling out of the real estate market. So those sales and things, unfortunately, probably are going to slow way down. And so that's why in 2021, you're not seeing increase in those line items, those revenue line items. Recorder compliance technology or equipment fund. So these are kind of my budgets that I do for those things. And this is what I would love to see for a lot of those restricted funds, just to, so that we've got a good plan of how those things are being spent. The Recorder Compliance Fund is the first box. And so considering we're working on the 2021 budgets, I take this all the way through 12/31/2021 of where I think we're going to be with our fund balance. So as you can see, 12/31/19, we're starting with $197,000 in the bank in that fund. However, then we're going to work ourselves through 2020. We know, I'm guessing we're going to have about $70,000 that goes in there in 2020. But then I've got the list of everything we're paying out of there in 2020. So you can see those things come out into 2021. And in the 21 budget, we're guessing we're going to put $70,000 more into that compliance fund. And then again, we've got what we're estimating to be the expenses that are going to come out of there. And the big ticket item we've been holding this compliance fund for is our new tax and CAMA system. We've talked about this, I think probably in my entire time that I've been here, and then probably about 10 years before that as well. But we really are to the place where we need to face the music. Our current tax and CAMA system ends December 31st, 2022. And so we are going to need to have about $300,000 to $350,000 in 2022 to do that purchase of that new tax and CAMA system. So you see $150,000 coming out of here in 2021 that I'm guessing, just because that project needs to get underway. We actually have already or have a balance at MCCC of about $140,000 for that tax and CAMA system. So by the end of 2021, we're going to have about $290,000 already sitting there for that tax and CAMA system. So I am hopeful that all will, these numbers all should work just fine. And so by the time we probably only have a compliance fund. That's not concerning to me, considering we put about $70,000 back in there every year. But it's just to know that, yes, we've got a huge balance sitting there, but there is a plan of how we are going to spend that. And there's a rhyme or reason why that balance is sitting there. Moving on to the Recorder Equipment or Recorder Technology Fund. So you can see where our balance was 12/31, $194,000. What I'm guessing is going to go in there in 2020, about $86,500. And then you have this whole list of things that we pay out of there every single year. A lot of them are maintenance contracts.
You got to explain moms.
It is, yeah, it's a bonus to all the moms, no? It's the marriage online system. And so it's a
okay,
website.
Thank you.
Yep, it's a website that you can go on and look up any marriage throughout the entire state. So you can see the whole list of expenses that we pay out of there every year in 2020. Then we get to 2021. We think we'll have about 80,000 going back in there of revenue. And then we've got the same list of expenses. I'm guessing by the time we get down to 12/31/21, our balance is going to go up in that fund to about $221,000. And this is one of those things where this Recorder Equipment Fund is so very the scope of what we can spend this money on is very small. It has to be things for the recorder's office only that assist them with meeting their demands of recording. So Ryan and I are always talking about this one, trying to come up with ideas, things, different expenses that we can roll into this recorder equipment fund. Because even with all of this whole list of things, as you can see, that balance is still going up, and I need ideas. And so Ryan always knows to come ask when something comes up, whether it's something with scanning or servers that the recorder's office runs on, things like that. So this one has a big balance that we know is there, that we're constantly trying to shift expenses from tax dollars to this fund. I should have explained what the recorder compliance fund is for as well. So that is for use not only by the recorder's office, but by the assessor's office and then the auditor treasurer office to ensure that the recording process continues moving forward. And so like for our property records maintenance. So that's what that compliance fund is. And that's why we can take, this one's a little bit more open of what we can spend out of this one. And so it's a little bit easier to spend this one down than the recorder specific one. Questions on that?
Mr. Chair, Matt.
Go ahead.
Kelly, I know you flew new pictures, I think 17, for your beacon. Does that come out of one of these sides or?
Yeah. You can see on the compliance fund, like the 5th line down, it says Ariel's last payment. So 20. Which is our 3rd and final payment on those Ariels that we spent.
So when do we have to do that again?
Aerial cost won't be there until that's the last payment on that most recent set.
When do we have to do?
We get to choose when we do it again. And so whenever we feel it's necessary, previously we waited 6 years between, and I kind of felt like that was a decent time frame so that you had quite a bit of change between the aerials. Some counties fly them every 3 years, which is fine and dandy. But the cost is about $150,000 each time you fly them. So I would prefer, and Lori, the assessor recorder, feels okay about waiting longer so that we have a significant change in the aerials. You've got a lot more new construction. You've got tree clearing that's happened. You've got fields that have been made, things that, real change that you can see between the two different aerial pictures. So I would think that maybe we'd be looking for 2023, 2024 of flying them again. Anything else on that recorder fund balances or the recorder budget? All right. Gonna get into then assessor. All right, so I think that should be good for everyone to see. So the assessor's budget has a lot of revenue in it, and it's under the fees for service line item. And what that fees for service is so we have contracts with townships and cities for the county staff to do the assessing. And so currently our contracts are for 2019, 2020, and 2021. And so you've got those contracts, and then also the county or the townships and cities that use local assessors, they also pay $1.50 per parcel in order to cover the costs of things like the mailing of the valuation notices, the maintenance of the camera system, those types of things. So that's what's in that fees for service line item. As you can see, 2018, when we redid those contracts, starting for 2019, 2020, and 2021, we had those contracts drafted as going up each year by a quarter a parcel. So you can see the kind of the steady march up on those. However, then you get to 2021 and you actually see it go down. The reason I am proposing that to go down is right now it doesn't, in my mind, it doesn't make sense for us to continue charging those townships that contract with us more and more money. When we had that discussion on the local assessors last fall, you know, we put forward that we actually would work towards not charging anyone. And so to me, why wouldn't we start that process now? So my proposed budget for those townships and cities that contract with us, it reduces their contract price by $1 per parcel. So that equals about $20,000 of less revenue going into this department. But if we're gonna say that that was our plan to reduce that cost to zero, to me, it makes sense to just start doing it. And
Kelly?
then,
Kelly?
yeah,
Is
Yeah.
the plan then to keep doing that every year, lower it by $1 till we get to zero?
that would be my thought. Or if there's a budget you're thinking better, do it by 2 or 3.
Yeah, that's what I think. I mean, that was, I think, my idea when we started is we can't do it all in one year, but we can take it in smaller bites.
Right. Yep. So that's what my intention with this is.
Okay,
So I want to be clear, that's not saying we're getting rid of the local assessors. But if that was what we're gonna say would be our goal to stop charging townships, we yes, should start in taking little bites at not charging townships in cities. Salaries, as you've seen across the board with the different budgets, they're up, of course. We've got the 2.9% COLA and then the steps. Also in the assessor budget, we did add an additional clerk. With all the changes throughout the different offices over the last year, it really came to light that the assessor's office needed more help. So we added a clerk position. It's a it's a grade 4 low, I mean, it's not low paying, but it's one of our lowest grade positions. So it's economical if you're going to be adding a position. So you can kind of march through those, salary increases like normal. We get down to the conference training and registration, and that is being proposed to go up $500. That is because previously all of our training was through MAO, which is the Minnesota Assessor Organization. So previously assessors would, we had specific classes that you had to take and they were approved by the Department of Revenue. However, assessors themselves would teach them. Where over the years, it's been very difficult for MAO to find instructors. It's been very difficult for them to keep updating their educational material, just because, I mean, it's a volunteer organization. And so MAO has now partnered with a private company called the Appraisal Institute. The Appraisal Institute is who offers the education for like the fee appraisers. And so with doing that, kind of one of the bad parts, I guess I would say, of doing that is the cost per class went up about $150. And so that's why we need that bump up in that line item, is just because we have the required classes you have to take, but yet each one is like $150 more now. So that's a little disappointing, but there's not anything we can do about it. I volunteered to teach a lot. And then we just keep marching through, and really any of the other changes that you see are just minor decreases here and there on things that we feel are okay to reduce. I mean, like travel expense, we've got county cars available to us, so we do the best we can at making sure people are driving those when possible. So when life is said and done in the assessor budget in 2020, we needed $386,000 of tax dollars to run the assessor's office. In 2021, we need $486,000 to run the assessor's budget. I want to be clear, that's not all expense increases, that it also is because we've got $20,000 less of revenue as well. Questions, thoughts on that?
Anybody? I think we're just all absorbing it right now.
Yep, I understand. As you feel free to jump back to things. Getting down there, folks. Getting to some, well, maybe this one's not so easy, but getting to some easier ones. Okay, I think that's going. So the 801, the non-departmental, so this is in the general fund. This is kind of that catch-all department. So this is where our tax levy for the general fund goes. This is where kind of those revenues that are not specific to a department goes. This is where those expenses that are not specific to a department goes. So we can walk through these. Under property taxes currently, just so that we can plainly see where we're at, I've just left property taxes at 0% in the general fund. That way we can know exactly how far off we are, as we talked this morning. Property taxes, so that was a decision several years ago that we're just going to budget 0 for delinquent property taxes. We know we're going to collect delinquent taxes every year, yet if we budget those at 0, then we cover ourselves to hopefully have money going into that fund balance and for any unforeseen circumstances that come up during the year. Mobile home taxes current, and so that's something that we budget for because we know that's coming in each year, so that's about $32,000. But again, on the delinquent mobile home taxes, that's not something we budget for, just as a holding spot for fund balance or unforeseen expenses.
And Kelly, I just want to make a note on that. And so in order to, we know we don't collect 100% of the taxes levied in a year, but we want to make sure that the levy amount shows up in the budget. And so this year we levy the full amount. We don't collect some of it until future years and it shows up in the delinquent, but by doing it as Kelly described, we're only budgeting a levy dollar once, and that's in the initial year of the levy.
Thank you, Dave. Penalties and interest. So obviously when people pay their property taxes late, there's penalties and interest charged. And so just looking at kind of historically where that's been, I'm thinking so in 2020, we had a budget of $200,000. In 2021, I'm bringing that down to 185,000. If the economy is really going where folks say it's going, I think that we're probably going to have less people paying their taxes, so we'll be collecting less penalties and interest was my thought behind that. Power line taxes, state deed tax, mortgage registry tax, those are just all things that occur every year. So literally like our power lines that run through the county, we collect taxes on those. Our state deed tax and our mortgage registration tax, those are things that are collected when deeds and mortgages are recorded. We get to keep, we keep 3% of what we collect. So for example, if a property sells for $100,000, the deed tax that they have to pay is $330. But Pine County only gets to keep 3% of that, and then the rest of that goes over to the state of Minnesota. So if you've ever bought a property or gotten a mortgage and you see this huge deed tax number on there, but yet then you look at our budget and go, you have to get way more than that every year, considering I paid $500 towards you. That's because we only get to keep 3% of it, of that state deed tax and mortgage registration tax. Forfeited property. So it's been kind of just a placeholder that we've held in there, about $300,000 of that forfeited property revenue and timber sales coming in. When you use $300,000, that's guessing that we're going to do about $1 million of sales in a given year. That seems to be kind of the historical amount. Kind of, if I look over the last, back to 2005, that's the average amount we've collected. So that's why I feel good about putting that in there, because it's the average amount. I'm not looking at the high years. I'm not looking at the low years. So that's where that 300,000 comes from in there. Licenses, obviously we license a lot of different businesses, auctioneers, liquor licenses, gambling licenses, all sorts of different licenses that we license. And so that's where that revenue goes. County program aid, the state is saying they're going to give us a whopping $3,184 more in 2021. So that's where that number falls in. Casino aid, tribal tax agreement. So that is, and David, you can probably talk a little bit better about this, because that's that one we were trying to get legislation on, right?
Yes.
The percentage of
right.
sales tax.
Yeah.
So the tribe pays a sales tax to the state of Minnesota, and of that amount, 50% stays with the tribe, 50% goes to the state, and then the state gives the counties, I think it's 10%, and this is our share of that tax.
Thank you, Dave. So, I mean, I'm just assuming it's going to stay pretty level. Of course, I'm a little nervous with that, considering the casinos were shut down for a time period in 2020 and just not knowing what's going to happen. But I figured, well, let's just leave it somewhat stable. The state para grants that expired in 2019, so we're no longer getting that as a revenue. The payment in lieu of taxes, so that is a nice chunk of money that we get from the state of Minnesota for all of the state-owned and tax forfeited properties throughout the county. And so that's a pretty stable income that we receive each year. Indirect cost for HHS. So every year we do what's called a cost allocation plan. And so we have a contractor who goes through all of our county expenses and then allocate portions of those expenses, general fund expenses, out to HHS. So for example, a part, they look at part of David's salary and part of my salary as doing accounting, as all of these different things they attribute to us supporting the Health and Human Services. And then we actually capture that money back from the state of Minnesota. And so each year we have one of these cost allocation plans done. And then we get the money back from the state. So this is in 2021, it's kind of interesting because those cost allocations are always 2 years behind. So for 2021, it's actually looking at what we spent in 2019. And so it's always lagging behind. So you'll see those things change at a slower pace. So, payment in lieu of taxes, federal. So we have some federal lands in the county. So similar to the state, we get a dollar amount for payment in lieu of property taxes on those properties. Plat book sales, just guessing they're going to go down a little bit. We got a new plat book in 2020, so we figured we'd have more sales in 2020, less sales in 2021. Interest income is one of those things that I mentioned earlier, that it's a revenue that used to look really nice. You can see in 2019 with how I was moving the funds around to the different accounts, we had $434,000 of revenue. Where now in 2020, we halfway through the year are just at $73,000 of revenue. And really of that $73,000, probably 40,000 of it was January and February before the bottom fell out. So things are going up very, very slowly in the interest income, just because interest rates are not there. So I'm estimating in 2021, our interest income is going to be probably down to about 125,000. A lot of our investments that we have are long-term investments. And so I have a good, I have a good grasp on, we know we're going to have these investments through this certain date. And so really this income is really only from our certificates of deposits that are locked in, where we're really not getting hardly any income from our Magic accounts or our money market accounts and those types of things, where that's where most of the revenue, the interest income came from in 2019 was our Magic account and our money market accounts. And then just as we move through, all other revenues are pretty flat. And then as far as the expenses, throughout the non-departmental. So again, this is those expenses that just they cover everything in the general fund. So like the retiree insurance, so that portion of the retiree insurance that we pay, our unemployment cost for the general fund, our workers' comp is there. Our AMC and NACO dues are there. Our cost allocation and our professional technical services, so those are paid out of there. So again, that cost allocation is related to that revenue of that indirect costs for HHS. So that's what that line item is. Our insurance and surety bonds. So that is really our property and casualty insurance. It's our property and casualty insurance that's not allocated out in different places. So for example, the sheriff's office has some insurance and surety bonds that they pay for their squads, and like our the solid waste budget has some insurance and surety bonds for the insurance on the solid waste little recycle sheds and things like that. But we've got this big bucket of all of the other property and casualty insurance costs, for example, on the courthouse and things like that. So that's what that line item is. And then, as we've talked about, those special assessments we had at the courthouse were paid off. So that was wonderful. In 2020, we didn't need to bring those forward. In 2019 as well, we paid for a bunch of furniture for the sandstone building out of here, which we're not doing that in the future. So that was a one-time deal in 2019 that doesn't have a budget. And then our tax abatement, that is for the sandstone assisted living there by the hospital. We passed a tax abatement for that property when it was being developed at a maximum of $7,000 per year. And so we actually have to levy those funds to pay that. So in the end, when you look at this budget alone, it looks great because you've got this $14 million of expenses of revenue to $315,000 of expenses for a net positive of almost $14 million. But really that net positive just covers all of the other departments in the general fund of the dollars that they need. So as we talked about this morning, we're off in the general fund by about $1.45 million. So we've got work to do, even though this bottom looks, okay, that looks great. But when you put it all into the big picture, it at this moment doesn't work out by about 1.45 million. Questions on that?
Thank you. That's a lot to chew on.
Yes. We'll go to an easy one, land.
Okay. We'll take easy.
Yeah. All right. So the land fund is self-supporting. So that is the wonderful thing about the land fund is there's no tax levy dollars included in this, which is wonderful. It makes it easy, I guess I would say. As you can see, I have 2020 budget. It's laid out just like the rest of them. 2020, 21 budget. Doing our best at estimating the different revenues. The land fund gets a separate payment in lieu of tax for the forfeited land. So in the general fund, you see that payment in lieu of tax, and the forfeited land is mostly included there. But then we also do get a small payment in lieu of tax for the forfeited land in the land fund, which is just supposed to help with the costs for us to manage it. Because that forfeited tax in reality is owned by the state of Minnesota and we are managing it for them. Forfeited property, timber development. So this is just our land sales and our timber sales. Just trying to come up with the best idea of what we're going to have for revenue. It's hard year to year. We've got a good idea of what we are going to have for timber sales moving forward. We have a good idea of what we're going to have for land sales moving forward. But then you never know who's going to pay in full, who's going to buy it on a contract, and things like that. So it's a little hard to estimate, but I'm trying to be conservative. And especially because it really, in the end, this is all just a self-supporting fund. And it all just gets allocated out anyways. Salaries, so very similar story to all the other departments, 2.9% COLA, 10% increase in health insurance. It's just how it works. A lot of other expenses are staying very stable. Professional and technical. Some of the different departments been doing. So just bumping that up a little bit. Copiers, so bumping that up just because our expenses halfway through the year are at almost $1,500 already. And so it apparently is going to be higher than that. So it makes sense. We're halfway through the year, spent $1,400. It's probably going to be about $3,000 once you get through the full year. Repair and maintenance autos. So trying to plug in a number there. It's hard to know how much maintenance or repair the trucks are going to need in a given year. But we're doing our best at trying to estimate it. So just the trucks are, the one is pretty darn new, but they still need different maintenance and tires and all that types of things. Moving on through the different areas. Public lands development expense. So that's something I'm not sure why it had a $5,000 budget previously. Because when we do projects on public lands, we have this specific timber development fund within the land department that should pay for public land development. So if we need to have a road made or a parking lot made or just gravel put down, those expenses come out of down here. So I'm not sure why there was $5,000 in there, and we haven't really ever spent anywhere near that. So it made sense just to bring that down to me. And then our apportionments to other governments and intergovernmental payments. So the apportionment to the other governments is those land sale funds going out to the schools and the townships and cities. And then the intergovernmental payments are what I'm estimating would be coming to the general fund. But once again, those numbers are completely based on if we had $825,000 worth of land sale dollars, which it may be, it may not be. These are all things that we do budget adjustments for later.
So Kelly,
Yeah,
in the auditor budget, you showed a revenue of, was it like $80,000 or $90,000?
90.
90. Does that come from here?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Thank you.
And then, well, I originally had some nice lines in here, but apparently when I put all the lines in, they left. But so after you get done with that intergovernmental payments, really you get into a whole separate fund within the land department, the roads. So there's 3 line items that if on the left-hand side you see are 705 departments. And so those are for the roads. So once, like I said, we get gas tax money for the roads, road maintenance. And so this is just the budget to account for that revenue coming in and any expenses going out. When we saw on our restricted fund balance, the roads department has some money sitting in it, which is great. It is, as we learned on our land tour last fall, I'm amazed at how many forest roads and different things we have going through our tax forfeited properties that get a lot of use and need new gravel or grading or brush cutting along the edges and things like that. So that's what this department is. Timber development revenue and expenditure. So on the far left, that's 22,707. And so timber development is what we use to make our tax forfeited properties more usable, whether that is needing an easement access to get to them, whether that is purchasing different equipment, types of things like that. When you look at this so previously, the last time we put any money into the timber development was in 2013. And so then coming out of 2013, we stopped putting money from our land sale into the timber development because there was about $150,000 in there. We felt okay about just running it for a while without any money going in there. Well, now after several years of expenses coming out, one of the main expenses that you'll see in 2019 is the cost for the OB easement. And so as monies come out of there, we're feeling now like we need to start to put money back in that area. So for 2020 in February, you guys passed a resolution to, I think it was, oh, I should have had it up, Dave, but I think it was 10% going back into timber development of our land sales and timber sales. Oh, nope, I think it's 5% looking at the other numbers. I think it's 5% going back into timber development from our land sales in 2020. That will be going back into there. Our next, we've got our forfeited property blight cleanup department within the land department. So previously, this was something that we started back in 2017. And we had captured 10% of our land sales in 2017, 2018, 2019. And we built ourselves a really nice nest egg, over $100,000 to do cleanup on those tax forfeited properties. You can see we've spent some money over the years, but we've gotten this nice nest egg so that when we get those tax forfeited properties that need work, have garbage hanging out on them, have different things, a giant well that needs to be sealed, we have funds to be able to do that. So that's what that forfeited property is. Previously, we were putting 10% in there for 2021. The 2020 land sales, which is we receive in 2021, we're doing 5% just because that's getting to be a nice nest egg in there. And so we feel like we don't need to put as much in there. And then the new one now for 2021 is we are capturing 10% of our 2020 land sales for parks acquisition and development. And so that is a new department within the land fund, which we will end up with, you know, a lot of discussion moving into the future as we actually get a nest egg in there to start working on some of those recreational ideas we've had over the years, but never had any funds to do much with. So in the end, in the land fund, it balances itself all out to zero. As you can see over the previous years, the revenues exceed the expenses usually, and so then that fund balance in the land fund goes up. Most of those are in the restricted funds, so like the blight and the timber development and the roads. And so, as you can see, I mean, it's a balanced budget, no tax dollars needed. Anything else on that one? That one's easy.
I like the easy ones.
All right, we're gonna go not easy now for the last one.
Yep.
All right, let me get this shared. So we're moving into debt now. And maybe it's easier than I think it is. All right, so like we talked about earlier, we have 3 bonds. We've got our jail bonds, our courthouse bonds, and then our CIP bonds. The jail bonds and the CIP bonds are pretty darn straightforward. Within our bond documents, it tells us each year how much we are required to levy. It tells us each year how much we're required to pay, and we don't have any choice in the matter. So for our jail bonds and our CIP bonds, you know, those things are what they are. For the CIP, we need an additional $1,700 in 2021 to make those payments. So that's pretty minimal. And then actually when we get up to the jail bonds, we actually, the way that the levy worked out, we actually need $470 less dollars in 2021 for the jail bonds. So those two are easy, very straightforward. When we get to the courthouse bonds is where the discussion happens. We have the opportunity to refund these bonds, as I've already mentioned. And that refunding process, we really need to move forward with because there's a potential to save about maybe it was like $835,000 if we refund those. So to me, that's a no-brainer. We move ahead with that. As I already mentioned, if we refund them, we're going to have a savings in 2021 because our second payment on those bonds is altered because we're not paying on the old bond, we're on the new bond then. But that's where we need to have quite a bit of conversation on this bond that we, to me, are going to refund of really what do we want to do with the refunding. And so I am going to pull up a doc with the Finance Committee last Friday to somewhat lay it out and have conversation. If we are going to refund these bonds, we need to start the process soon, like in September. And so that's why we're having the conversation today, to hopefully formulate a little bit of a plan or get people's reaction to what makes the most sense. So I'm gonna, we have several, I list 3 options on here for the refunding, but I feel like the options are kind of infinite of what we could do. But we'll talk through the 3 options at this point. When I was presenting earlier, I noted that currently we levy $75,000 each year for the building fund to do different building improvement projects. And so we could consider, when we refund the bonds, of wrapping those projects into this refunding. So with that in mind, I'm presenting 3 different options, of which there's all sorts of options in between as well. So our first refunding option is just the straightforward. When we refund, we're going to have a balance of $8,225,000 that we're refunding. Our current maturity date is February 1st, 2031, and so we would keep that maturity date the same. We would get no cash to do any new projects with, but over that 10-year time period, we would save $836,000. So that's option 1, straightforward, easy. Option 2, which we could consider, is rather than grabbing that savings, having that savings over the next 10 years, we could take that money now and do some of these other projects that are on everybody's to-do list. If we did that, just capture that savings, that would mean that we'd get to keep our maturity date the same, so the bonds still mature February 1st, 2031, but yet, and our payment would stay the same, so we don't have any savings each year, but yet we've got about $795,000 worth of cash that we would get to be able to do things with. So that's option 2. Option 3 is kind of the moon option. Option 3 says, okay, if we extended our date just by 2 years, 2 years only, how much, and kept our payment the same, how much cash could we get? And if we did that, it gets us a very large number of $2.16 million. I'm not saying we need $2.16 million by any way, shape, or form, but that just shows you, by even extending 2 years and keeping our payment the same, we can generate a lot of revenue. There's things to think about with refunding. Things that I want to bring up with it is, and Steve had commented this as well. You know, you've always been taught to pay cash for everything. You know, don't borrow to do things. Well, yes, that's great in theory. However, right now we're faced with the lowest interest rates we're ever going to be faced with. And so in 2, 3, 4 years from now, when we need $1 million and interest rates are back up to 3 or 4%, to do some of these same projects that we could do now, we're probably going to be really kicking ourselves that we didn't take it down when the interest rates were under 1%. So yes, borrowing extra cash is something that a lot of us were taught is not a good idea. Just don't do it. But yet, with the way interest rates are, and knowing at some point in the future we're going to need some cash to do some projects, maybe it makes more sense to do it now when interest rates are the lowest where any of us are probably going to ever see in our lifetimes, hopefully. And you can look at it differently as well. You could look at it if you're doing something like option 3, for example. You could look at it as, so the bonds we're refunding, we're paying for only through 2031. Those extra 2 years are only those new projects. So it's not that we are just extending out our loan on the courthouse longer and longer. Nope, our loan on the courthouse will be done in 2031. It's those new projects that we start to pay for in 2033. A lot of different ways to look at it. Obviously, there's options 2.1, 2.2, all sorts of options between option 2 and 3 of, we only need $1 million. So, okay, well then maybe we only have to extend our bond by 6 months, or, there's all sorts of different options that we can take. And Ellers is our the bond counsel that we always worked with, and they can always run all of those numbers. These were just kind of the 3 scenarios that illustrated what we could do. I want to talk about some of those projects because some folks might be thinking, well, what projects do we have? So here are some of the projects. There's probably other projects that people can think about. When we think about projects, we want to be very careful when you're talking about borrowing money for projects because you want to make sure that project is still going to be an asset at the time you've paid the money, at the time that you paid off the money you borrowed. So it's hard to borrow money for 10 years for a truck, like a pickup truck, for example, because you're probably not going to still have that asset in 10 years. When you're talking about, for example, the jail and courthouse cameras, in 10 years from now, we are likely still going to have those things. Oops, sorry. With all of the things that we've got on this list, it's our thought that we would still have these things. So the jail courthouse cameras, the jail cameras is a project we've been working on for the last several years. We've gotten kind of phase 1 of that project done with updating some of the hardware, but the cameras themselves, we still haven't gotten a chance to update. And the newest quotes on those are about $300,000. And we have a hard time coming up with $300,000 within our own budget. With HHS looking at moving back to the courthouse, we've talked about furniture for that space that they're going to be in, rather than hodgepodging furniture. Very efficient, more efficiently. There could be, probably will be some cost to remodel the courthouse to make it work with HHS in there. In the next several years, the courthouse will probably need a new roof. This was my thing that I added on to the list, whether nobody told me to, but I did anyways. So we're running these 2 transfer stations. Currently, there's no permanent buildings at them. Staff's using porta potties. If we're going to really run those into the future, we should really consider making some investments of some actual buildings at those facilities. The sandstone parking lot, that was a project that would be super if we get done. Another project that isn't necessarily on the list, that probably should be on the list, is the 1610 building roof. So there's a whole list of projects that we could roll in if needed, but we wouldn't have to roll it. Project list. If we do this, these are all the things that over this next several years we'd be trying to pay for out of that building fund. So then we wouldn't have to have that building fund levy like we've talked about several times. But the $1 million question of the day is, what are we comfortable doing with the refunding? And if we're comfortable taking some cash out, what projects do we do? Which I feel like the projects, if we're not taking a large sum of money, the projects probably happen in the order they're listed on this slide. Questions, comments?
Kelly, I've had a little more opportunity than other people because we at the finance committee got a sneak preview of this last week. So I've had a little time to mull it over, and I asked for some time. And one of my questions is, if we take this money, do we set it up in a, I don't know, if you call it a restricted fund, so it just didn't get mushed into the general fund, but it only could be spent on these projects that we've identified? And obviously, sometimes projects can move up or down on the list, but so we just don't squander the money. That's one
Correct.
question. Okay.
Yeah, so it's all set up in its own fund. To me, you have very similar to like the sales tax. You have a list of approved projects.
Right. And that's,
And so just at a whim decide, oh, well, we need to buy a new truck today, so let's go get it.
right.
And so,
And
yes,
we want to certainly spend this money on projects that's going to outlast the length of the bond, which is
yes.
get down to, if we extended it even, we're down to, by the time we enact it, 12 years. But my other thought, because my original thought going into this, we're just gonna, maybe we take the cash out and fix up a few things. But the more I've thought about it, the more I think these are things that need to be done. So we're gonna do them sometime in the next 5 to 10 years. And so if you can't, the way we're set up, we can't just go $500,000, because if we do, we're paying 4 times the interest on it. So this is the time to borrow the money and get it at, they're suggesting sub 1%.
1%.
And so, in that respect, it's money we have to pay. I mean, we have to pay the money for a new roof, whether or not we do it this way or we try to take it out of cash 3 years from now or 5 years from now. And then I see what happens sometimes is we take that roof needs to be replaced in 2023 and we don't have the cash, so we patch it and it lasts another year, and then it lasts another year because something else happens. And so I've had time to think, and that's where my thinking is going now. Whether or not it's actually 2.1 million that we need, that would, it's probably yet to be figured out.
Yeah, I think the 2.1 million is more than we need, but the 795,000 isn't enough. So.
Right. And so somewhere in between, if we extend it by 12 months or 18 months or whatever. Anyway, that's my thought, Kelly.
Anybody else have any thoughts, questions on the bond refunding? Just so you know. Oh,
Kelly,
yeah,
maybe you were going to talk a little bit about scheduling, but I just wanted to be
that's
sure.
what I was just going into.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
So to move this forward, we need to, there's really 3 or 4 meetings that need to happen. And this process starts this fall. And so the first thing that needs to just happen is, we need to have a I'm trying to what the right terminology is, but like a pre-bond sale contract. So what that does is that really just names Ellers and Associates as our bond counsel. And so we need to do that pretty soon. Ellers would like it actually if we did it on the September 1st county board meeting. That's not saying like that we're locked into anything, but that's just saying that, yep, we're going with Ellers at that point, that they're going to be who's going to help us through this process. And then we move on. The next thing that needs to happen, I wish I could find my email that has it laid out better, but the next thing that needs to happen is we have another meeting at another county board meeting where you authorize the sale of the bonds. So this is when things get locked in of what we're doing. And then your third meeting is at the bond, right after the bond sale, and just wrapping everything up. There might be a fourth meeting in the middle there, which would be a public hearing regarding the new projects. Todd at Ellers was researching to see if we would need to do a public hearing regarding the new projects or not. And he hasn't gotten back to me yet. And so that's something that's still a little bit of a question mark, but I don't think, I mean, in my mind, that's not a make or break whether we have to have a public hearing or not. The
Kelly.
timeline, oh yeah.
Kelly, it's Matt. So at which meeting do you have to have an option pick want to work with?
We need to have it as soon as possible, because it determines the course of how the rest of the fall lays out.
Yes.
What we need to do.
Mr. Chair, I don't know about anybody else, but if we have a meeting like that, is there any way we could do that? We can sandstone building and spread out in there and at least sit and hash it out easier than on the virtual.
It's a good question, Matt. I mean, I think this meeting is going well, but I don't know if everybody feels comfortable. I don't know. I think legally we could have, because of the number of board members we have, we could have a in-person meeting. I think we would have to limit the public. If we had a public hearing, we'd have to have a limit on how many people could be in the room at the same time.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I think that's exactly correct. There's no prohibition on holding an in-person meeting, but it does create some complication with the public participation piece and having to limit the number of people in the room. And we know that doing blended meetings with in-person and remote is probably the most challenging. And so we would want to set it up so that there was a robust remote option for the public who either couldn't attend or didn't want to attend for whatever reasons. But we can certainly set that up.
And when would that meeting have to take place? Would that have to take place?
Given the, there seems to be, there's no question that we're going to refinance the debt. The only question is, how are we going to do it? And are we going to cash out and use that cash for projects? And so that decision probably has to be made sooner than later with regards to the cash out and the other projects so that we could have a public hearing. And so if the desire is to have a more robust discussion and invite Todd from Ellers, we probably should think in terms of scheduling that for September.
Okay. I'm having difficulty with about from the 9th of September to the 20-something of September for my time frame. I could remote very easily, but I couldn't be in person.
Dave, on the 9th, we have a budget meeting. What is the agenda of that one look?
The agenda for that one looks like the sheriff, the administrator budgets, and that's it. So primarily just the sheriff and then the administrator with all the, like the commissioner budget, the library budget, ME budget, et cetera. So relatively, it should be a shorter meeting than this one.
I hope so.
So perhaps we could think in terms of the afternoon of the 9th, thinking we would get through the budget stuff in the morning. If that worked for Todd.
I'll have to check with him.
All right. And then if I could just make an inane word clarification, Ellers is not our bond counsel. They're our financial advisor. And so there is a separate attorney who is the bond counsel who we work with. And I can't remember offhand who that is, but I just, for anyone listening who that matters for, I wanted to be sure that we made that distinction. So we'll look tentatively to the 9th, tentatively with a blended style meeting, so commissioners who want to attend in person can be there.
Say,
those who don't,
if we, I'm just looking here. I suppose we couldn't, if we go back to our next county board meeting, the 1st, and extended that meeting, would that make more sense? I've got on my calendar a PTTC presentation at 2 p.m. What is that all about?
Pine Technical and Community College is making a presentation for a workforce development program that would be funded by CARES Act funding. And so the intent is they would make that presentation to the Economic Development Committee, which is Josh and John, on that afternoon at 2 o'clock.
So I was just looking for alternatives if we'd had our Ellert guy come on the 1st instead of the 9th. Would that make more sense? We could do I don't know what, it's always hard to know what we got going on at board meeting wise, but if we we got done with the regular board meeting, had a short adjournment, and then came back with just the topic of bond stuff. Maybe we could do it then. It would work better for me that day, but it's not all about me.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, it would, the 1st would work a lot better. I won't be here the 9th.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Steve. It worked better for you. You won't be here, and I'm trying to get out of Dodge after our
Yeah, I
meeting
know that. So
on the 8th. So
I think just work on the 1st would really be.
So I think as long as it works for Todd, we could get it to work on the 1st.
And I think it will probably work for Todd on the first because he had that already as a meeting date for us.
Okay, so we'll plan for that as part of the regular board meeting. And then we can recess or adjourn or take whatever breaks are necessary. But that way we'll be able to get it done.
Are we ready to take a break now until 1 o'clock? Thank you, Kelly. We'll take a break till 1. Do we just assign back in at 1? Is there a different meeting?
No, it's the same meeting. You don't even need to exit unless you want to. And the WebEx will stay open for anyone who may join prior to 1 o'clock who is coming for the afternoon session.
So we can just put ourselves on mute and stop our video and take a break, right?
Yes.
Sounds good. Hey, Jill. It's a good thing I didn't sit down in that easy chair any longer. I would have been sleeping.
Amen.
Oh,
Josh, you been busy at the store?
Yeah, we've been busy.
I
So
sensed that when I've stopped there that you're a lot busier than you had been.
yeah, it's been busy. I can't find nobody that wants to work either.
So that's always perplexing to me because I hear that from a lot of people, and it's like there's still umpteens unemployment.
We put that ad on Facebook. Had, I don't know, 2,000 or 3,000 people look at it, and I had 3 phone calls. That's it.
Really?
Person actually showed up to give you an application. So
Really? So are people working, or they're still getting unemployment so they don't want to work?
I don't know. When people say they can't find a job, I think that's BS. Because everybody I talk to is the same way.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. Well, we got everybody back. It's 1. Let's see. We'll resume. Jill, you're up first. Soil and water.
Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can we just verify, is the call-in user Commissioner Chafee? Steve, are you on?
Okay, now, can you hear me, Jill?
Yes.
Your little speech?
I guess so, yeah.
All right, all right. We'll take it.
All right. I think the biggest thing for the district is staffing. You know, we've gone through a lot of people recently, and it's really causing us to take a look at all of our positions and what we've got and how much is too much, so to speak. We are asking the county for an additional $20,000 for 2021. We'd like to put that money towards a additional technician. We realize that our technicians are stressed out and overworked, and it's just too much for one person to do. Unfortunately, we just can't quite afford to do it all on our own. So we would like a little help from the county. We were really, really close early this year, down at the Capitol with our levy bill. We had a hearing on it. We testified on it. We were meeting with tons of people. It was just mind-boggling to be running around there like that. And it was actually really, really close to passing and going through. And then Corona hit and everything tanked. So we are making plans to pick up where we left off in one fashion or another, depending on how things go with the virus. So hopefully we won't be doing this many more years into the future, but yeah, we're just trying to kind of keep things going until we can get something like levy authority going, and could use a little help to bring in some more staff. Steve, I think you're muted. I see your mouth moving there.
I hit that thing and it doesn't catch. Anyway, have you seen any impact, or what's the anticipated impact from the One Watershed, One Plan starting to be implemented now?
I don't know that it's being implemented yet. I think it's going.
The lower St. Croix is kind of past the planning stage now, so supposedly we should be doing projects or producing projects. But,
well, we can't quite get into projects until the money comes.
Right.
But I think it's going to definitely get busier as that happens, which pushes the need for more staff even harder. The Nemadji is following very quickly behind the lower St. Croix, and that'll be hopefully at the end of the year, which will lead to more projects up north. And then we've got the Snake and the Kettle coming in behind that.
Yeah, I can I can empathize with your need for more staff. I'm not sure where we're gonna find the money, but, you know, you're never gonna get anything if you don't ask, so we appreciate you. We appreciate what Soil and Water does, first of all. Anybody?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Yeah, Jill, I just am curious, you know, on this, you guys are requesting for levy authority. What kind of, did you have good, our local guys like Nathan and Rarick, were they on board with that?
Absolutely, yeah. Jason wrote the bills for us in the Senate side, and then Mike Sundin and Nathan Nelson got some going on the House side. So yeah, they're all very supportive of those bills.
Well, that's really positive, because I think that would be good for you guys. So, and yeah, I agree with Steve. You know, you put in the request and we'll do the best we can.
does anybody have any questions of Jill?
Mr. Chair, this is Kelly
Yeah.
for the auditor.
Yeah,
Question.
go
I
ahead.
am wondering, how does the forester position work out? Does his activity writing forest plans cover his salary?
No. It goes towards his salary, but it does not cover his salary, no.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Thanks so much.
Any other questions? If not, Jill, we'll certainly work on, we'll keep you informed of where we're at in the process, but it's not the best. We haven't had the best news so far, so we'll see what happens. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Pine County Historical Society, who do we have?
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now. My name is Larry Helwig. I think you all remember me. And before
Yep.
I get going too far, I'd like you to meet Tony Biswad. She's got her name on there. Tony has been with us for about 2 years on the board. She's been the secretary, has taken us to higher levels than ever before, and she's wants to get to know this board and with hopes that there'll be something more in the future for her. So I introduced Tony Biswad. And I am assuming that all of you have in front of you our budget for the next year.
Yes, I really appreciate that. Get that in advance, helps a lot.
That again has probably been enhanced here by Tony a lot, so he had a lot to do with making this even more legible and understandable than it was last year. As you can tell by looking at the budget and probably comparing from last year, it's slightly up. I'm sure that's real no surprise to you. We at the museum have had our challenges with the COVID as everyone else has, and I'm sure that it's not unexpected to see that it kind of goes up a little bit. But you know, primarily what we experienced during COVID that we're trying to compensate for is the lack of people around here. The museum is 98% of volunteers, and when they could not and did not come in, there's a lot of things that went kind of south here in the museum, specifically with the relationship to humidity and other factors and cleanliness and you name it. So we kind of enhanced our budget in the area of being able to take care of some of our humidity factors for the sake of the artifacts primarily. And also that we really have to, and probably will in the near future, have to hire a salaried or a contractor or a janitor to take care of some of our other needs that are that our elderly volunteers are incapable of doing anymore. So for those reasons, the budget has kind of gone up a little bit, but not noticeably. I think last year it was 204,000 someplace in there. This year's 209,000. So, and thanks to your help from last year, specifically, we were able to maintain the museum even during the shutdown in a way that we felt was as positive as we could be. If there are questions, this would be an ideal time to look at your budget, and then I'll just shut up for a little bit so you can take a look at that and see if there's any questions.
I think you did a great job laying it out. I would be curious if later in the summer now, have you seen an uptick in people wanting to volunteer and people wanting to come to the museum?
Well, as a matter of fact, it has obviously started from zero again. And so there is naturally an uptick in people coming back here. Is it to the level that it was before? I don't think so. But again, we have our volunteers that are dedicated and will do their social distancing, and it's pretty easy in a large building like this. As far as our cafe, that's even more problematic as far as keeping the space required and keeping within budget and so forth. But you know, we're maintaining, and that's the good part. In many respects, difficult time, but you know, right now, because of the people that are giving out of their own hip pocket and donating to the museum, that and other things have kept us going in a pretty good state. So we are doing quite well, I think, financially. The only problem we have, of course, is the fact that we can't have any events, and events are always what brings in capital for us throughout the year, whereas we use your contribution to us primarily to keep the lights on, the heat on, and the water going. And so for that part of it, we're in good shape. Do we have enough for next year? Who knows what the heating factor will be next year, but of course, now is the time we have to look forward to next year's heating bills and so forth, and that's why we come to you for just a little assistance if we can get it.
Does anybody have any questions? Well, thank you.
Well, that's pretty quick.
You got anything else you want to tell us? Now's a good time.
Well, like I said, what we are trying very hard to work on is getting our humidity factor into tolerable levels. You know, we're supposed to be at about 45–50% of artifacts and all the clothing and things in the library and so forth that begin to take on an odor of themselves since they are a little older, and that has shown up remarkably. So we're going to actively get at that and see if we can make it better in the future. With your help and with others' help, we can probably do it. I think every year we get to do a little bit better. I think we get people like Tony coming in here that has a lot of knowledge, a lot of good work ethics, and that helps us immensely to make strides forward for the benefit of the Pine County. And we'll continue to do just that. As long as you are in support of us like you've always been, we will do fine. So if there's no more questions, I really hate to cut your time down. But I know you like to do other things. Again, Tony, you want to say anything?
No, I'm just, I just want to say that I've only been here for, only now, it's been about 3.5 years. And I think this museum is phenomenal, and it's an absolutely wonderful resource, I think, for Pine County. And we get a lot of really good feedback from the people that do visit. The visits have been way down, but hopefully that will come back. So I think it's a good place and it's a good investment.
Well, thank you very much for what you do for Pine County. It's a great asset to have. Appreciate it.
Well, you're very welcome, and we are delighted to do it, and we're all volunteering to do this, and it's because we believe in it, so thank you very much.
Good. Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
We'll move on to the Ag Society, and Pete Leibel is the chairman, president of the Ag Society, and he just got promoted at East Central Electric, so he said, guess what? And then I saw my name appear there. So I have also a very short report. I don't have a nice video like Pete did last year, but few things we know. Of course, we canceled the fair along with 93 other fairs in the state. Actually, we did hear one fair said they had a fair, but it was basically haul some, they let 4-H kids haul some animals in, and they judged them and put them right back in their trailers and went home. Our fair, like many, there were several fairs that had a one-day 4-H exhibit show, and our fair chose to do a virtual show. It didn't garner a lot of participants, but people did have an opportunity to get a ribbon and to show. We did have a couple of horse shows for the kids, and the Horse Association from Pine County kind of took that under its wing. So the only thing the fair board did for that was provide the space and open up a bathroom. So given that, we're kind of like the Historical Society, where we don't have any income because we didn't have a fair, but expenses continue. And so we've got like 19 buildings, and every time you got a building that's got a roof and stuff, it needs repair. So we're trying to keep our repair up. We were able to shift some of our ag grants that we would have been spending to provide some entertainment for the fair to repairs. So that helped a lot. But nevertheless, the thing, just things like a monthly meter charge for electricity, and a minuscule amount of water, those things do add up. Instead of the water bill being $5,000 a year, it'll probably be $600. Instead of the electric bill being $5,000, it'll probably be $500. But the big costs are repair. We did a roof. We got grant money for a large portion of that, but anybody that ever put a roof on a building that's 104 by 44 knows that you don't do that for just a few thousand. It's around 15,000 just for the material plus the labor. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
What's the impact? What you missed? Like when you your profit that you bring back to do some of that work.
Well, we did that economic impact statement. So the impact on the county is about $1 million. The impact to the fair board, and when it is, you every nickel you make, you stick back into repairs and stuff like that. So if you don't have the money, you can't spend it. But you can't keep kicking that can down the road very far. So that's why we're asking for money again, because we want to have a fair in 2021 and beyond. But, you know, the last few years, we've been able to probably take $75,000 above expenses and pay. The new event center, we took out a loan and 3 years ago, and that building cost almost $250,000. And with a decent fair this year, we would have had it completely paid off. So, you know, some of that stuff got a little bit delayed. We'll make it, but it's disappointing. You know, the work is still kind of there. On the plus side, those of us on the fair board realize there's actually a summer that you can go do things like regular people on weekends instead of having a work day at the fair from Memorial Day on, and every Wednesday night, you know where you're going to be. So, you know, if you look for the silver lining in it, that's the silver lining for most of us. But we're planning on having a fair next year. It might be different. I mean, all of our lives might be different, but I think we'll have it figured out by then how to do some events. Might not go on ever again the way we used to do them, but we'll figure it out. It was a huge relief, I think, to local fair boards when the state fair canceled the state fair, because kind of took the pressure. We got a lot of heat, especially on social media. We got beat up for being a bunch of chickens and canceling the fair and blah blah blah. But I think we did the right. We just couldn't do the events. We couldn't do a fair and expect people to stay 6 feet apart from each other. It's not why you go to a fair. So the carnival you've probably seen them set up in Rock Creek and Cambridge and Hinckley, and they took their food stands and set them up around East Central Minnesota, and actually have done fairly well. It's not like the steady customers you have at a fair, but you know, they're able to make payments at least and stuff and show some positive cash flow. So we're asking to be included in the Pine County budget at $10,000 like we have in the past. And that's it. Is Amy, are you here, Amy Isaacson? There she is.
I am here.
All right.
How are you guys today? Thanks for having me. I'll be quick too. I know it's been a long meeting. So let me try to share my screen quick. I think they did share the document earlier with the packet. Let me know when you guys can see it.
We can see it, Amy.
Perfect. So I went through and just used Lou's document that she had previously submitted when she did presentations like this. So I can go through the other ones, the state reimbursement, the bail pending, the refunds and reimbursements. That's all stuff that the county pays, but then is reimbursed by the state. So I'm not asking for any money there. The money that we're asking for is that 60,000 in court-appointed specialists. And that covers our court-appointed attorneys in CHIPS cases. It covers some of our psych examiners. If you look through it, you can see that in 2019, we went above and went at 89,000. When Kelly gave me the numbers for the 2020 budget, what we were actually under at 24,513. And I think some of this has to do with COVID. But I think also what's gonna happen with the courts is some of the expense that was covered in that 60,000 is, it includes travel time for attorneys. Well, now the courts are doing a lot of their business virtually, a majority of it actually right now. So what I'm asking for this time around is the 60,000, not going up at all at this point in time. One thing I wanted to touch on with the telephone expense did go down as well. The state, we are actually moving to a centralized phone system for the state.
So Amy,
Yes.
can I ask a question about the courts, how you operate? Do you see that continuing so people can do virtual hearings and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I think it is going to continue into the future. People are really liking, you get a time certain for your hearing, so you're not having to come to the courthouse and wait. Also, you don't have to travel. Yeah, so I just can see it continuing. And the majority of our hearings are that way. It's only stuff that we have to have absolutely in person that we hear. So actually right now, like all of our CHIPS cases, which a lot of this court appointed specialist money comes from, those are being done remotely. And as far as like psych exams and all those are being done remotely too.
Well, I hope they can, and if you need commissioner support to tell somebody we think it's a good idea, I know I would be willing to say that.
Thank you for sharing that. I definitely will mention that, because when we start doing our planning, even just locally for the district, I'm gonna mention that. And then I know Judge Martin is a big proponent for it to remain virtual as well, what we can. Especially with the greater Minnesota area, a lot of our people have to travel quite a ways to get to the courthouse, and now we've made it more convenient for them.
Are you finding that they have decent enough technology so that's not a barrier?
Yes, actually, I mean, we've moved to Zoom as our main platform. So you can call in via Zoom, or else, you can use your cell phone or use the computer to get on. The courts do have a Surface available here as well. If somebody absolutely cannot appear remotely, that now we're letting them know, hey, you can come to our courthouse and use this so you can appear remotely.
Okay, cool. Anybody got other questions?
Hey, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Amy, so with the court appointed specialist, I think there's a provision in law where the county can actually bid out that as a contract rather than just paying bills as they come in. And the only reason that was brought up was because, the attorneys in my office noticed that these bills are increasing by a lot. And when we look at what's happening in court, I think we've got attorneys who are taking advantage, for lack of a better term, of the court. In other words, they're filing needless appeals, and then the county pays for that. They're showing up at initial appearances when they're not needed just to be there, and then they'll charge the county for that. And it seems like we've had a increase, at least with 2 attorneys that we identified, that have really increased those costs. And I know that other counties, including I think Mille Lacs County, had the same issue. And so what they did was they put that out for bid. So there was a contract and a cap. So you cap it at $60,000, and then that person bids in. So I don't know if there would be any interest in addition to that. State law does allow a county to do that.
So the courts then would open it for bidding, Reese?
No, that the county would.
Okay.
I think it's in statute that I'll have to go back through my emails. It was a few months ago we actually looked at this, but I can send you some of that information. But I thought maybe looking at these expenses, it'd probably be a good time to get a conversation like that started if we can save some money on that.
I completely agree, Reese, and I think our judges would be interested in that as well. So if we can get that conversation started offline, that'd be great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? thanks a lot, Amy, for being willing to participate with us and
Yeah, no, I always enjoy
keep
coming
us
to the
informed.
meetings.
Good.
Thanks for having me and thanks for the support, you guys. Keep up the good work.
We enjoy having you. Susan, are you on?
I am.
All
Hello.
right. All right. There you are.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me as well. I
You bet.
appreciate being here.
You bet.
So I'd like to take just a couple minutes and talk a little bit about the educational efforts that Extension has for county residents and what it is and how it's different. Commissioner Holland, you mentioned a little bit of that virtual showcase. I think that warrants a little discussion, just that, yeah, this year looks so different. And we knew we wouldn't get nearly as much of the participation as a regular county fair. Yet the kids who did participate in that virtual show really had a good experience. They were able to meet with a judge through Zoom, and they were able to get feedback on their 4-H projects. So that was a good experience for those who did participate. You know, only a fraction of them participated. Also, this Friday is a 4-H day camp that's in person. So there's a mixture of both in person and a lot of online right now. And so talking a little bit about Rod and the agriculture efforts, he is offering a series this fall, and it's going to be for new farmers or farmers who want to just talk a little bit about operations. It's going to be a 6-week series, and he already has 8 families involved. And so I just want to share that. I'll share a little bit of information for the Friday update so that you can have it again at your disposal. But I just spread the word about that because it'll start in October. He did have one information session in August here that was by Zoom, and he'll have another information session in September that'll most likely be by Zoom. He's hoping to work it out so that they could be in person. So we'll see. We're doing some in person with some limits and then some on Zoom. So I think that that's an important piece that you would know. And I just want to thank you for your support over the years. And just to know that, you know, I want you to know that I always work hard to try to make sure that what Extension does is right for Pine County. And so I appreciate all of the support that you do of Extension. So the budget, I hope that you have it in front of you. Do you? No?
I do
I can
not.
share at my screen.
Okay, that'd be great.
I can do that. My apologies. So the budget for the Extension office, Dean Durgan from U of M Extension, she's our dean, and she has made it known. So hopefully all of you know that for the year of 2021, there will not be the increase that would be the cost of living increase that would have happened in the budget for 2021 for the memorandum of agreement for the extension positions. So there is no increase. That is the same as last year. As Kelly and I reviewed the budget, we realized that I have had kind of an old number in the FICA line item. And so there is a $300 increase in this budget, but that's the bottom line, a $300 increase. So nothing else to note other than really not much of an increase. So do you have any questions?
Well, if we put you and HHS together, we'd have 0 increase, so.
Wow, that's good to hear. Interesting. Yeah. I know it's not that easy though.
No, it's about impossible.
Right.
But could you talk a little bit more about the ag educator? Is that working in your mind? I mean, are we heading in the right direction there?
I think we are headed in the right direction. COVID has complicated it a bit. Yes. He has been able to meet people at their farms, so it hasn't precluded him from connecting with people, but it has kept him from doing some of the things that he maybe would have right out of the chute. which would have been field days this summer. So I would imagine next summer you'll see some field days sharing maybe a research plot and kind of analyzing that, or maybe even taking people to a farm to see what they're doing, just to help cross-pollinate and give ideas to people. So you're right, that has not happened this summer, which is disappointing. Hopefully next summer, we could be out, even if the virus is still here, with some protections, social distancing, things like that. He is doing this series for new farmers, but he also has, hopefully you've heard him on the radio. He's on the radio regularly. Which radio is it? Yeah. He's told me before he's on 2 radio stations.
Yeah,
Say
he's on
again?
WCMP.
Thank you. Okay, good. And
I
you
don't
can,
listen to KBEC, so, but
Okay.
I have heard him on WCMP.
and they're also recorded, so you can find them online as well. So, I mean, that's been good. He's been regularly appearing on the radio in the area. He's also working, so what he wants to do for this series is he wants to create and is working on a handbook for landowners. The resources that are in Pine County, but also just things you should know about owning land, such as the septic and other things like that.
You
So,
locked up, Suzanne.
did I?
Maybe take your sharing screen off.
The reason I come to the office is so I can have good internet.
And Steve, it looks like you might be having a problem on your end as well.
I will take off my Wi-Fi and make sure that it's connected just through the internet, my Ethernet cable. Is that better? Can you hear me now? You can? Okay, good. All right. So that's something that I think is going to be long-lasting, an effort by the ag educator to really provide some resources in the form of a booklet or even a book. And he'll be using that then in his class this fall. He plans more workshops too, but that's the one I wanted to kind of highlight this time. So thank you very much for that support. I really do value what your input is and what you see as a need. So that's something that is important. So if we're going off in a direction that's not right, we want to make sure that we correct course fairly soon. But I think that we are doing a good job of responding at this point to the needs of landowners in the county. Any other questions? I know you've been on this media for a long time, so that's all I have, I guess. So. Okay. Is this the end, or it looks like Steve maybe is having?
Yeah, it looks, I see both Josh and Steve have a little caution symbol on their screen, so I don't know if they have.
I had to go off my hotspot here.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I heard most of it, Susan.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Well, where do any thoughts on what we heard so far today? Say that again. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, we
David?
have time on the agenda program for just any. Yes, can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, so I was gonna say, yes, we have time on the agenda program for any general budget discussion or direction you want to have. And then we have the next budget committee meeting next Monday. And next Monday, you'll hear from probation, county attorney, health and human services, and highway.
So other, not quite as bad, but we enjoy the presentation.
And we already know that the highway budget balances with $50,000 of levy, and that the HHS budget does not need any additional levy.
That's amazing to me.
Yes, it is.
I think as the presentations went on today, and maybe have look at, is there something to do, between the jail and the sheriff there, they got a $600 and some thousand increase request, 700,000 almost. So maybe there's something they could do. So we don't do it, but
Yeah. Public safety is the big, there's about 8 grand there, isn't it?
right. It's just that, are there some rocks we haven't turned over yet? The other thing, David, I think all you folks know, there's not any percent levy increase, so I know it's not everybody's mind to try to get that down, to close to zero as possible. I don't think there's much appetite in the county for thing about increase. Just the sense I get. It's like the tail at people that are doing extremely well and people that are doing extremely poorly. John, Matt, Steve, Josh, you got anything to add?
Oh, I kind of lost you there for a little bit. I think my line got cut along with yours, Steve. So
I think so.
So I'm gonna probably sign off because I gotta dig up some stuff and figure out my phones are not working here. So
okay.
But yeah, I'll catch up with you guys. So sorry
Okay.
about that. Thanks.
Yeah, understand. I'm not hearing a lot of discussion yet, so I guess we need another meeting.
Well, I
Get the
just
whole
don't know
picture.
what we're gonna do with that gap.
Well, a week or two ago, when we met with the HHS committee, Becky had about a $500,000 gap. And now she shows up today with an even budget. So I don't. But she
I'm getting about
So, I don't.
Yeah. Hey, Steve, we're not really catching much of what you're saying. Steve, if you can hear me, we are not catching much of what you are saying.
Are we, people hearing me? Are we okay?
I think so, but we did miss most of what you had said.
Mine quit.
Yep.
Dude. No?
Well, all right. So it sounds like there is no further business. If Commissioners Ludwig and Mikrot and Chafee, if you're ready to adjourn, we can do that.
David?
Yeah.
I'm ready to adjourn. I just wanted to say something to you and Deb. I didn't get, when Deb sent that link, it didn't work for me, so I didn't get any of the information, you know, like would be in the packet. And I don't know if this has happened before. Just a heads up, maybe next time I can, I don't know what I have to do different, but when I pushed that link to Deb said it just said error or something, and I couldn't get any of it. So like soil and water and all the rest of those, I didn't have any of that information. So I don't know.
Steve, are you able to go to the county website and use the link?
I did go to the county website, and I still couldn't get it, David. When I pushed the agenda, all I would get was the agenda, and I pushed the packet, and same thing. And so I just, you know, maybe we can get this fixed before you can lead me through how to make sure I get all this information.
Yep, we will do that.
I got the information that Kelly sent. That I did find, and that was great, but I didn't have any of the rest of it. So anyway, just giving you guys a heads up. So as long as I got you on the phone anyway. So
all right.
Thank
you. Steve Holland, I don't know if you're still connected, if you want to call the adjournment, or if we should just adjourn by consensus. All right, I'll take that as we're going to adjourn by consensus, and thank everyone, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, David.
All right, goodbye.
Bye. Thanks.